Good morning. I really want to thank everybody for joining us today for this really important task. And I know this is extra time on all of our committee members, and we appreciate our community participating in the process. We think it's really important. I'm Dr. Stephanie Sullivan, the Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Leading and Learning. And Mrs. Klein, my elementary counterpart, we will tackle the ones that are in our space. So our first several books are only in secondary school, so I take the lead on those. When we have titles that are in elementary school, Ms. Klein will take the lead on those. So you may see either one of us at some of the meetings that are upcoming. I want to say that everybody in this room, everybody participating in the process cares equally. And we just want to keep that in the back of our head that we all care about kids. And let's continue this process with the excellence that we started it with. Really pleased with how this has gone and looking forward to kicking off again because discussing content for our kids is super important. So value your time, value your efforts. This is a kickoff of a new cycle and a new policy. And so I just want to review some of those things since there are some changes from last time. In the policy change, we've narrowed down our voting population to our board member representatives, and of course that means they're representing their constituents. And so we certainly value and respect that process. Mrs. Slack is our district content specialist for media and library services, and she's serving as facilitator as a non-voting member, but our person who understands media collections better than anyone in the district, and certainly better than me. And so as the process goes, she's going to work to facilitate discussion with the committee, call to vote, and all those other typical type of facilitator roles. And oftentimes the committee members might have questions about process. Mrs. Slack is a great one to ask those questions of. And so I'm gonna lead it to her in just a minute to kick it off. This meeting is being recorded, but it is not live streamed. And we felt like that was really important because we wanted our speakers to be able to speak comfortably and honestly and not have FCC stuff going on in their mind. And so it is being recorded and it will be available to anybody that asks for it. And so if after this meeting you want a copy of a link to this video or any of the videos at all, you simply need to just email me or Public Records or our Government and Community Relations. We will send the link out quickly. Typically it takes them about a day to process it. And so we're happy to share it with anybody who asks, unfettered. We just want to sort of maintain our speakers' abilities to speak honestly and comfortably. And we think that's really important. A couple of things I just want to point out from the new policy as we discuss the topics and go into the titles. The committee in evaluating the material question shall be guided by Florida State Statute 100628 and 1006.40. Each of our committee members have received copies of those statutes and other statutes that are relevant. I'm just reading directly from our policy right now. The District Material Review Committee should have an understanding of the entire work, the appropriateness of the material for the age and maturity level of the students with whom it's being used, the accuracy of the material, the objectivity of the material, the use being made of the material. And then the committee's determination shall be reported to the superintendent in writing within 2 school days, and then we will advise the school board. So typically, I've actually done that the same day on our first 2 titles. When this meeting's over, I'll send notification to the board and the superintendent and then advise the schools if it impacts their collection. One of the changes in the policy also, when a title is being formally up for reconsideration, we are pulling them off the shelves. And so because we are also using those books, you guys probably noticed lots of library markers on your books this time. They are not in the schools anymore. We ask them to send them to us so that we can have copies available as they are to give to our committees. One of the other changes in the policy was to use available copies before buying new copies. So some of you have some new copies because there were not that many copies in the district, If there were copies in the district, you got a copy of those as well. So there will not be an additional step of removing them from the shelves if the committee votes to do that. If the committee votes to return them to the shelves, we will send those books back to the school. Again, slightly different than last time, so I just wanted to make sure everybody was involved, understood some of those changes. In transparency, we are going to likely be changing the policy again. And that's okay, that's what we do. The statutes have changed that are going to be in effect next year to some minor degrees that will change our process. We haven't gotten that guidance yet from the DOE. Once we get that guidance from the DOE, the board will begin its rulemaking process again. So I wanted to make it clear that that is a pretty routine process with annual statutes, and we will be putting it in the board again because of that lawmaking and rulemaking process. So just wanted everybody to know that was coming and understanding why we were looking for that again. We've currently scheduled these hearings through October, and that may change those, yet to be seen, which is kind of why I stopped after a couple months, reflecting on when we typically get state guidelines. And so once we get new state guidelines, I will send it out to everybody again. I believe in just instant transparency. We'll make sure we share that. And so there's just a little preamble to everything for today. And in terms of speaking again, all the speakers will get 3 minutes. Each speaker is welcome to speak to each topic separately. And we ask you to stay narrow on the book in discussion, because the intent of this meeting is to discuss each of those books. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Slack. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is book reconsideration meeting for Milk and Honey, The Sun and Her Flowers, and Homebody by, excuse me if I say her name wrong, Ruby Carr, June 2nd, 2023. Good morning and welcome. I am Missy Slack, Brevard Public Schools Library Media Content Specialist. I will facilitate today's meeting. As a reminder, I do not have a vote. Please stand for the pledge. Thank you. We are here this morning to reconsider the books Milk and Honey, The Sun and Her Flowers, and Homebody. I want to take this opportunity to remind the public that the appropriate place for public participation in this meeting is during the independent public comment as identified in the agenda. Outside of the individual public comments opportunity, your role in the meeting is to be an observer. I would like to invite the petitioner, please, Ms. Karen Colby, to speak. Ms. Colby will have 10 minutes, and the clock is there for you to help you track your time. And please make your comments to the committee. I believe so. Dr. Sullivan, you want her up there?
Mm-hmm, yeah. We're
going to be very relaxed in here, so as we figure our process out, we'll get through this meeting.
And Mrs. Colby,
I'm sorry? Oh.
Okay, and Mrs. Colby, I'll try to give you like a 1-minute reminder, since I know you're facing the committee, of course, and not the clock. I'll try to give you a 1-minute reminder, like towards when you need to wrap it up.
Okay, perfect. Okay, to start, I have this book, Milk and Honey. Could the board members please turn to page 12? I'm going to read it aloud. It can be edited later. The first boy that kissed me held my shoulders down like the handlebars of the first bicycle he ever rode. I was 5. He had the smell of starvation on his lips, which he picked up from his father feasting on his mother at 4 a.m. He was the first boy to teach me where my body was forgiving to those who wanted, that I should feel anything less than whole. And my God, did I feel as empty as his mother did at 4:25 a.m. Page 13. Have you been taught your legs are a pit stop for men that need a place to rest, a vacant body empty enough for guests? But no one ever comes and is willing to stay. I want to admit the picture as well. It's a female crotch, wide open, with the words there. Thank you. This is something that doesn't belong in middle school or high school. Okay, my next issue is about child rape on page 15, same book. The therapist places the doll in front of you. It's the size of girls your uncles like touching. There's pedophilia, there's familiar boundaries crossed. Frankly, that's bad. Point to where his hands were. You point to the spot between its legs, the one he fingered out of you, like a confession. How are you feeling? You pull the lump in your throat out with your teeth and say, fine, none really. Now that's called midweek sessions. On page 17, same book, this sort of summarizes sort of what this person has felt after all those rapes and abuses. In my opinion, her feelings are here. It says, you were so afraid of my voice, I decided to be afraid of it too. The image shows a child with an adult hand over her mouth, indicating that the child is not allowed to speak about what happened to them, which was rape. And here's grooming on page 19, about a father having sex with his daughter. Every time you tell your daughter, you yell at her out of love. You teach her to confuse anger with kindness, which seems like a good idea till she grows up to trust men who hurt her because they look so much like you. That's to fathers with daughters. And a theme in this book has to do with sex between her and family members against her will because she's 5. In some of these. The person that writes this appears to be in the format of a 40-year-old. Page 20, I've had sex, she said, but I don't know what making love feels like. Okay, I don't think a 9th grader, 10th grader needs to have that part specifically. Their family is there. They can find out what sex is like with their husband later. Page 21, if I knew what safety looked like, I would have spent less time falling into arms that were not presumably safe. So this child's been tormented her whole way through her experience. Page 22, sex takes the consent of 2. If one person is lying there not doing anything because they're not ready or simply not in the mood or simply don't want to, yet the other is having sex with their body, it's not love, it's rape. And she's right, it is rape. That's the theme. This whole book is about rape. Rape, unacceptable. Next issues in this same book, I have page 26, oh, no, sorry, that was bad. Page 26. The rape will tear you in half, but it will not end you. Page 27. You have sadness living in places sadness shouldn't live. These are stick figures of children floating around. I guess it's just saying that the children are disconcerted. Okay, on to page 31. I found pretty bad. It says he guts her with his fingers like he's scraping the inside of a cantaloupe clean. Didn't like that one at all. The picture is of a cantaloupe with seeds. Nothing bad with the picture. Page 36, a child raped by a family member. One of the uncles. Our knees pried open by cousins and uncles and men. Our bodies touched by all the wrong people that even in a bed full of safety we're afraid. So he's in there with a bunch of kids. Page 38. You plow into me with 2 fingers, and I am mostly shocked. It feels like rubber against an open wound. I do not like it. You begin pushing faster and faster, but I feel nothing. You search my face for a reaction, so I begin acting like the naked women in the videos you watch when you think no one's looking. I imitate their moans, hollow and hungry. You ask if it feels good, and I say yes. So quickly it sounds rehearsed, but the acting you do not notice. Page 54, I went on ahead a little bit. 54 is about... well, I'll read it. He placed his hands on my mind before reaching for my waist, my hips, or my lips. He didn't call me beautiful first. He called me exquisite. How he touches me. Next page, I am learning how to love him by loving myself. Remember, this is for children. This woman with her hands between her legs pleasuring herself is definitely an adult female with large breasts. Has no business in school. The very thought of you, page 57, has my legs spread apart like an easel with a canvas begging for art. legs spread apart. Page 58, virginity issue. I am ready for you. I've always been ready for you. It's called the first time. Remember, these are family members in most of her encounters. There's a section between pages 68 to 73. This is one long interlude of a sex. I don't, first of all, call these poems, but here's a naked female. And it says, I want your hands to hold, not my hands, your lips to kiss, not my lips, but other places. And they show you what they are in case you can't figure it out with the crotch. The next page I was interested in was 75. It says, you move my hand between my legs and whisper. Make those little pretty, I can't do it. I can't. Make those pretty little fingers dance for me. It's called solo performance. It's because a ballerina, but it's not talking about a ballerina. And I'm down to 5 minutes, so I'm going to say page 77, how we make up. Lie me down, lay me open like a map, and with your finger trace the places you still want to, presumably F-bomb out of me. Kiss me like I'm the center point of gravity, and you're falling into me like my soul is the focal point of yours. And when your mouth is kissing, not my mouth, but other places, my legs will split in part, out of habit, and that's when I pull you in and welcome you home. I will smile, throw my head back, arch my body like a mountain you want to split in half. Baby, lick me. Like your mouth has the gift of reading, and I'm your favorite book, find your favorite page in the soft spot between my legs and read it carefully, fluently, vividly. Don't you dare leave a single word untouched. And I swear my ending will be so good, the last few words will come. Running to your mouth. There's a period between the word come and running to your mouth. And when you're done, take a seat, because it's my turn to make music with my knees pressed to the ground. Sweet baby, this is how we pull language out of one another with a flick of our tongues. This is how we have the conversation. This is how we make up. How much time I got, Katie? 2 minutes. I'm going to go ahead to page 86. He only whispers, I love you, as he slips his hands down the waistband of your pants. This is where you must understand the difference between want and need. You may want that boy, but you certainly don't need him. Next one, it was 87 to 89. Going quickly, you were temptingly beautiful, but one stung when I got close. Picture of a rose. Next page, the woman who comes after me will be a bootleg version of who I am. She will try to write poems for you to erase the ones I've left memorized on your lips. But her lines could never punch you in the stomach the way mine did. She will then try to make love to your body, but she will never lick, caress, or suck like me. She will be a sad replacement of the woman you let slip. Nothing she does will excite you, and this will break her. When she is tired of falling apart for a man that doesn't give back what he takes, she will recognize me in your eyelids staring at her with pity, and it'll hit her. How can she love a man who is busy loving someone he can never get his hands on again?
Mrs. Colby, you have just under a minute.
The rape scene on page 94 involving a child, same format. It must hurt to know I'm your most beautiful regret. I didn't leave because I stopped loving you. I left because the longer I stayed, the less I loved myself. This is a child screaming for help, y'all. On page 94 to 96, see, this is all about a sequence where this girl goes somewhere and she's having a relative after her. In this whole book, I'm just paraphrasing now to summarize. There seems to be uncles having sex with her. Her mother seems to know about it. Her father's either absent or knows about it. He's not stopping or helping her, the one she should get to protect her the most. And her life apparently has been just horrible because of this act. I can't think of anything that this will good for. Her complaining about body hair growing and that some people want her to shave, it's just ridiculous.
Mrs. Colby, thank you. Your time is up. Appreciate
Book
it.
one.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Sullivan, I have it's time for public comments, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We have 12 speakers today,
Okay.
and each will, of course, be given 3 minutes.
Okay. Dr. Sullivan will call out the names so that you know the order in which you will be speaking. You have 3 minutes. Again, the clock will be there for you to see your time, so you can keep that. She'll probably give you the 1 minute warning as well.
Maybe 30 seconds.
30
if they're
seconds,
shorter.
okay, sounds
Mhm.
good. Please speak directly into the microphone and address your comments to the committee. And again, you can reference the clock for your time. So the audience needs to remain quiet so the speaker may be heard. And Dr. Sullivan, the first three speakers.
Virginia Hamilton will be followed by Deborah Crisafulli and then Aiden McFadden.
Okay.
So Virginia. The podium can go up and down right there on the side too for your.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for allowing me this. A 2022 Harris poll found 71% disagreed with efforts to have books removed, including 75% of Democrats, 58% of independents, and 70% of Republicans. So why are we listening to a small minority, and why do these groups keep saying they're not banning? The definition is to officially or legally prohibit. 3 reasons I researched why book banning is not good for our kids. 1, parents may control what their own children read, but don't have a right to restrict what books are available to other people. Parents who don't like specific books can have their kids opt out of an assignment without infringing on other people's rights. The National Coalition Against Censorship explained that even books or materials that may find objectionable may have educational value, and the decision about what to use in the classroom should be based on professional judgments and standards, not individual preferences. In the 1982 Supreme Court ruling on Board of Education versus PICO, Justice Brennan wrote that taking books off the library shelves could violate students' First Amendment rights, adding that local school boards may not remove books from school libraries simply because they dislike the ideas contained in those books. 2, banning these books would deprive students of essential cultural and historical knowledge, as well as differing points of view. 3, books are a portal to different life experiences, and reading encourages empathy and social-emotional development. One study found that reading narrative fiction helped readers understand their peers and raise social abilities. The author Neil Gaiman stated that fiction builds empathy. You get to feel things, visit places and worlds you would never otherwise know. You learn that everyone else out there is a me as well. You're being someone else, and when you return to your own world, you're going to be slightly changed. Empathy is a tool for building people into groups, for allowing us to function as more than self-obsessed individuals. As a parent, grandparent, teacher, citizen, I reject the idea of banning books, taking my rights from me and mine. There are always solutions to appease everyone. And on a personal note, I was molested by my uncle when I was 12. I never said a word until a few years ago. Instead, as an adult, I chose to make meaning out of my life and had been teaching for 31 years until I retired last year. Even so, I still believe reading books is a personal choice, and I do not want that taken from anyone. Thank you.
Deborah, oh, thank you, Ms. Crisafulli.
Okay.
You're good. I'm
We're
fumbling.
going to
with
ask our
the
audience
words.
to be respectful of each speaker. Hold, please, just for a moment. She was speaking to the process of being book reconsideration, which is what we're here for today. So I believe her statements. Dr. Sullivan, do you have an issue with what was just said? We have a concern over here.
So that, if I may, thank
Yes,
you guys.
thank you, Dr. Sullivan.
So the topic of the process is part of the book decision today and is relevant to the topic and the committee's goal, and certainly support, as we mentioned, if somebody wants to, get on another list to speak to a different book, they're certainly welcome to. But this topic today is the reconsideration of this title. And so the process itself or discussion on the book are both relevant topics, given that's what the intention is. What we don't want to see is discussing other books or things unrelated to either our goals today or the book. And so I appreciate everybody. I know this is, like I said, this is a difficult subject for everyone, and we just really want to respect the process for everybody involved. And so thank you, and if that's okay, we're going to go ahead. Oh, let me do my timer. Thank you, Mrs. Crisafulli.
I recently had the opportunity to read 10 in-question books, but today is about 3, and I will mention Milk and Honey in just a moment. Didn't take long for my heart to sink once again in sadness. It is seriously pathetic that we are at crossroads with a handful of books. Yes, a handful. In a world filled with millions of books, and that is a modest estimation, why would a handful of books with sexually explicit content ruffle the feathers of the naysayers that believe they are okay? I would challenge you to read from said books out loud right now to my face. And while I listen as you read, I'll keep in mind that these books could slip into the hands of elementary, middle school, or young high school students. Keep in mind, in the book Milk and Honey, the mentioning of moaning, thrusting, sex, being inside, and so on. Milk and honey is breast and vaginal juices. While many of the stories in the news are calling for more widespread banning of books that present diverse viewpoints, concerned parents are not calling for a ban on books that present ideas or values that are different from our own. We are merely asking for age-appropriate learning materials. Come on, we owe these kids our best. Let them be kids for as long as possible. This is not rocket science, it is common sense.
Thank you. You can approach, but we'll wait for Dr. Sullivan to reset the clock.
Hang on one second. Keep in mind, I'm a podium rookie here, so if you could bear in mind. And again, I just want to restate, as representatives of our kids, either as educators, as parents, as neighbors, and community members, it's really, really important for us to be extraordinarily respectful through this process. And any questions, I am welcome to, if we need to take a break, we'll take a break. But we need to be really mindful of all of that. And I ask, we're educators here. I'm not a policing agent. And so I ask that everybody just be extremely respectful as we go through this topic today. Thank you. Give me 1 second. Thank you. And Aiden, go right ahead.
Hello, I'm Aiden McFadden. I've been in Brevard Public Schools since kindergarten. I just graduated satellite last year. And I think this problem is as simple as you can, even this specific book, you can already not have your child participate in reading this book. It's not like a class resource that they use in the curriculum. It's just in the library. This is not a real problem. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. And our next 3 speakers are going to be Samantha Curvin, Kelly Curvin, and Gregory Ross. Samantha. And give me 1 second to clear the clock. Go right ahead.
Okay, hello. I think y'all can hear me fine. So, I'd like to say that the book, Milk and Honey, is, yes, it has explicit content. Can be graphic. That's fine. I get that part. But how can you teach children about this kind of topic without reading about it? Children still need to learn this. You can't expect high schoolers to go into their adult life not knowing this kind of stuff, not knowing about consent, not knowing about rape. It's important to know about that because what happens when a girl or guy gets drunk and they rape someone, that's problematic. If you want to reduce that, you need kids to learn about it, either way. And also, I would like to state for the record that when it comes to students, if you're trying to protect them, you still need to teach about it. Because removing these books, what message are you sending to the kids that have gone through this? That they're unwanted, that you don't want to help them. What if a kid doesn't know they're going through this? They can now learn that they're going through this and how to cope and how to find help. That's important. You can't expect to say that you protect the children and then completely go back on your word. As well as, I would say it's kind of ironic. I may not look it. I'm a middle schooler. I'm going into 9th. And it's funny. I walked into the room. I knew what I was getting myself into, but no one said, "Hey, do you want to still kind of like be here when they're talking about the book itself and showing it?" Because no one pulled me out. No one asked. So why does it matter so much? You'll make a big deal out of nothing. Just saying. Thank you for your time.
And Kelly Kervin.
Good morning to the committee members. You are no doubt going to hear the word pornography thrown around today when talking about Milk and Honey. So I'd like to remind the committee how the Florida Department of Education defines pornography. Quote, and this is from the media specialist training. While there is no statutory definition of pornography in the Florida statute, the Webster definition defines it as the depiction of erotic behavior, as in pictures or writing, intended to cause sexual excitement. Let that sink in for a second. Intent to cause sexual excitement. Intent's a powerful word. And I will only speak for myself when I say that stories about rape, sexual assault, incest, and grooming don't turn me on. They don't cause sexual excitement. They disgust me. And if it does turn somebody on, we should be having a different kind of conversation. So what is the intent of Milk and Honey? It's a collection of poetry about survival, about the experience of violence, abuse, love, loss, and femininity. Are these topics uncomfortable? Yes, and they're supposed to be. But in that pain is also hope and healing for survivors. I wish we lived in a world where children aren't harmed, but they are. And for that, I speak from my own personal experience. Which brings me to my last point. You are also going to no doubt hear the phrase, err on the side of caution, a lot. The same committee member who was on the Florida DOE Media Specialist Training fought for that wording. So what does that phrase mean? It's a catch-all. So no matter what valid points are made, or that you hear up here, it can be fell back on because it's ambiguous. Now, who doesn't err on the side of caution? People who aim to harm our children. Pedophiles don't err on the side of caution. Groomers don't err on the side of caution. Rapists don't err on the side of caution. Molesters don't err on the side of caution. Serial killers don't err on the side of caution. So when you think about literary value, remember it is literature that teaches our students about not just the bad parts of life, also the good parts of life, and the uncomfortable parts of life, and the things that we want them to know about so that they can protect themselves from without having to actually experience it. My daughter, who spoke here before, I don't want her to find herself in these pages of Milk and Honey. I can find myself in the pages of Milk and Honey. I grew up in a world, and I'm probably around most of the age of the committee members.
About 30 seconds.
Thank you. Where sex wasn't talked about, grooming wasn't talked about, rape wasn't talked about. We saw at Satellite High School what kids having the knowledge of what grooming is did. She knew to raise her hand, go to a teacher, and say, I need help. And books like Milk and Honey are why these kids know to ask for help, because they have the tools that I was denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory Ross.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members. Thank you for being here. Everybody in the room, I know everybody here cares. I agree with Dr. Sullivan. Everybody here cares. Everybody wants to do what's best for the children. I'm going to speak about the process. I actually had a whole paragraph on pornography, but it mimics Miss Curran's. I think you'll hear that word thrown around today, but you need to be very aware of the actual definition and how it's being used. For now, let's talk about fundamental value of freedom of expression as a cornerstone of democratic societies. Nothing is more American than allowing diverse viewpoints and ideas to be expressed, even if controversial. Doing so fosters critical thinking, intellectual growth, and a well-rounded understanding of the world. Exposure to differing opinions and controversial subjects through books can help promote healthy intellectual debate among students. Engaging with challenging ideas expands our horizons and enables us to form informed opinions. Speaking of expanded horizons, I feel the need to point out the disappointing makeup of this committee. 5 white middle-class citizens who, most likely, much like me, have probably never suffered truly debilitating poverty, racism, or lack of educational opportunities. Some would call that privilege, though I doubt we will hear that word used today, right? I should also mention the lack of cultural diversity on this committee. I would hope the members of this committee will look around at each other and ask yourself, does this committee reflect the cultural diversity of Brevard County and Brevard Public Schools and their students? While you members may not be responsible for the makeup of this committee, you cannot deny the fact that this committee in no way represents the parents of students in Brevard Public Schools, and yet you are entrusted to make decisions that impact those parents' rights. As for rights, I hope this board realizes what a perilous position the school board members have put you in by placing you on this committee. Simply put, as review committee members, you do not have a responsibility to follow the law. You are like a jury, free to acquit or convict a book at your whim and will and remove it or place it in school libraries. There will be those who will tell you today that you have to follow the law, but do not be fooled. You are not criminally liable for any decisions you make today. That, however, is not so true for the school board members. You see, they are legally liable if a book illegally ends up in a school library. But that is not the only fact the school board has hidden from you. They have hidden an even more egregious fact. As a book review committee member, you, as an individual, are liable if you infringe on the civil rights of a student or parent by removing a book from a school library. Book review committee members can be and have been sued for infringing on students' or parents' rights. The school board is not doing you any favors.
That's your time, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
I have appreciation for how they fumble through this now. Our next 3 speakers are Abigail Aguilar, Josephine Griffith, and Amy Rao. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, everybody. This is my first time, but I am very excited to be here. I actually wanted to thank the committee on the rules right now. I really appreciated to be able to hear the book itself. I unfortunately also am a victim of sexual assault. And I just think it is a book that very much should be eligible, especially for high schoolers. I mean, high schoolers, like previous people had mentioned, they are going to be adults. And I mean, I'm only 23, and being an adult is crazy. And I mean, a lot of that I didn't learn in high school. And I know that this book is specifically about milk and honey, but I did want to mention that I also did read 13 Reasons Why and Crank I actually read those in middle school, but I looked back on them in high school, and yes, my mother did have to sign off for me to read those, and she did, and I'm so grateful that she did, because it honestly helped me with my experience. And then I also wanted to just speak generally that I don't support taking books out of libraries, period. Again, like I mentioned, parents do have the right to sign off, and if that's a rule that we want to create in the libraries, where there's like a section and they have to sign off on every single one, I think that that's okay, but I don't condone just taking them off due to just a few minor inconveniences where people, may be uncomfortable. Because like I had mentioned, I did read similar content in middle school, and I was definitely able to understand it, especially since, unfortunately, just like in Milk and Honey, my experience was at 5 years old. And I mean, that's super unfortunate, but it happens. And unfortunately, again, like in Milk and Honey, it was a family member. And all of my experiences have been family members, unfortunately. But it happens,
About 30 seconds.
Thank you. So my final comment, like I said, I just want to say that, before I run out of time, again, in Milk and Honey specifically, I did the parts that were being reviewed. I don't remember the specific page, but I actually view it in a positive light. I think that book is doing a good job at representing the experience from a victim perspective, and it honestly made me happy that we're talking about this book.
That's your time. Thank you. And Josephine?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, so I knew Milk and Honey was going to be a target when book banning started ramping up, which saddens me. Through being at Kennedy Middle School, I really got into this author, and it helped me a lot. I was around 14 and was dealing with locked-in trauma from sexual abuse. The only poems you can call harmful in these books that she has written has either been about sexual abuse or LGBTQ plus support. As an adolescent woman, sexual abuse is something most of us have been through in our teenage years, and for a lot of cases, such as my own, before that, this book helped me come out about the crimes that were committed. I don't understand why this is inappropriate for teenage girls and boys. This is another example of schools trying to suppress our emotions. Since you guys love chewing up statistics and spitting them out as a form of proof, look at the statistics of sexual abuse on children. Many of us come from households where we cannot go to trusted adults and family due to backlash. We need to be informed of what abuse looks like. One of my favorite poems in this book references a game that was made up as a way to groom the child into doing sexual acts on an adult. This hit home for me and a lot of other people, because you've been told it's just a game over and over again by a trusted adult, and reading this book helps you realize that it was not a game, it was assault. But being told that helps us as teenagers to be able to come out about what has happened. Yes, you could say this does not belong in schools, although sexual abuse on children happen all the time in schools, so until that is figured out, I think this book is the least of your concerns in BPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Amy Rao. Apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Yep, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Amy Raub. I have a couple of kids. And I just want to talk about how this book, it would have helped me. Mine was also a game. But I went to Catholic school where I couldn't read anything like this. I also couldn't go to my parents about it because it was happening right there. And listen to who you're affecting, Listen to the fucking kids.
Oh, whoa. Nope, can't do that.
Listen to the children. Listen to them. They do not want this stuff banned. They want to learn about it. And the girls want it, but also the boys need it, okay? The boys are the ones who need to read about rape. My daughters would never date a guy that wouldn't read about rape at 17. I mean, there was a Moms for Liberty woman talking about how I wouldn't want my 17-year-old boy to read this book. What are you talking about? Literally, what are you talking about? 17-year-old boys need to know about rape, because they're the ones that do it. Stop raising men to rape, okay? And this is educational, so like, you know, literary value, check, okay? Fucking check. We got it. All right, thank you.
I am going to just, I'm going to permit, of course, language related to the book because that's important, but I please ask all speakers to refrain from exclamatory profanity. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, our next three speakers are Carrie Tackix. I am going to butcher because of the handwriting, Lindray Roberts and Katie Delaney. Ms. Tackix, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. As Mrs. Colby stated, many of the inappropriate situations in this book are perpetuated by family members. Children who are sex trafficked are typically trafficked by family members, boyfriends, or at their school. This information comes directly from Brandy Crisafuli's anti-sex trafficking organization, Life Recaptured. She and her team, which consists of 2 former Central Intelligence Agency members, have made this their life's work. It has been observed explicit or violent sexual content can disrupt a child's healthy social and emotional development, may interfere with their ability to form healthy relationships, establish appropriate boundaries, and develop a positive image. Such content can also hinder the development of empathy, compassion, and respect towards others. Exposure to this sexual content, especially when violence is involved, can desensitize a child to acts of violence or harm, leading to a blurring of lines between fantasy and reality. This desensitization may decrease their sensitivity to the consequences and impact of violent behavior, potentially affecting their ability to differentiate between appropriate and inappropriate actions. When these kids are reading this at such a young age and they don't have anyone there explaining it to them, it can distort their view of reality. And that's exactly what Brandy Crisafulli and Life Recaptured are fighting right now, as they save children from our own schools from being sex trafficked. These books are inappropriate, and I hope you take the information and really think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lindsay? Lindsay? Your handwriting's worse than I thought. No, I'm just kidding. Lindsay Roberts.
I apologize if he screams or anything. Nope, we're not going to touch that because he's known to do that. You didn't start my time.
Give me 1 second. Thank you. Go right ahead.
This is my first time coming to one of these, but it will not be my last. I have 3 children who I pulled out of the Brevard public school system because of issues like this. Censoring what a child who is not your child can or cannot have access to is unconstitutional. And I know that you people love to cite the Constitution, so I just wanted to rehash that as a fact for you. Censorship is unconstitutional, period. You have no right to tell me what my children can or cannot digest as far as content goes. I have an almost 9-year-old daughter who I have read this book to. Her and I have had conversations about it because child grooming and child assault and child sex trafficking happens every 3 seconds in this country. Every 3 seconds, a child is raped, assaulted, mutilated, taken from their families. That's what you should be caring about. Not them having access to materials that show them what signs to look for, what to recognize as inappropriate, and then to know to come for help. Because I didn't know those things, and I was taken advantage of. And several other people in this room were also taken advantage of because our parents wouldn't talk to us about sex. No, we can't do that. I grew up in the church. And again, another fun statistic, the church is actually responsible for the highest percentage of sexual assault on children. So take that and do with it what you will. But your children are far more in danger at church than they are from reading a book. Every day I read a new article about a pastor who has hurt a child. Every day I hear about it. I've seen it in my own church, and it's buried and covered up, and it's sickening. So don't come at me with you're doing this to protect the children, because you're not. You're doing this to falsify information and make yourselves appear high and mighty like you know something that the rest of us have missed. No, we do know what we are talking about. We have read the statistics. We know where our children are in danger. My children also no longer go to church because I don't trust those people as far as I could throw them. You are a despicable stain on our society, and trying to turn America into a theocracy is despicable. Censorship is the first step toward authoritarianism, and do not hear me wrong here. That is what all of you who want to ban books stand for. Thank you.
Katie Delaney, whenever you're ready, Mrs. Delaney.
Thank you. I just want to start out by saying I am not for banning books. I think that anybody should be able to write anything they want and publish it as they see fit. As far as what's going in a school, though, that is different. That's not a bookstore. That is not, somebody's home. Nobody is advocating for banning books. Graphic or violent sexual content can be highly disturbing and distressing to a child, potentially leading them to emotional and psychological harm. Children may not have the cognitive or emotional maturity to comprehend or process such content, resulting in feelings of fear, confusion, anxiety, or trauma. My question is, what about the kids who haven't been through these traumatic events and they pick up this book, know nothing about it, have loving parents at home that protect them, and now they see this content? What about those kids? That being said, I'm not saying that these topics are
Ms.
not
Delaney,
things.
I'm just going to hold you real quick. I did stop the clock. Just please remind everybody to be very respectful of everybody that's speaking. Respect for differing opinions is the cornerstone of what we do. And I didn't take your time. It's really important. It's our last speaker. And so I'm going to go ahead and start the clock again.
Thank you. The things that are written about in these books, the ones that are so sexually explicit, the amount of violence, as previous speakers have said, if you read about this stuff, it warps your reality. It warps what you think is normal. And maybe there's a kid who's too embarrassed to talk about this with their parents, and so they pick up this book, and that's what they read. That's what they know is what this stuff should look like. That's scary. That sets a kid up to be groomed. That sets a kid up to be abused. You know, one thing we don't talk about enough is dating violence. And I just can't believe we're having this discussion. We're talking about this type of material in our schools. It's one thing if parents want to give it to their children and talk to them about it in whatever way they see fit, but just for it to be freely open to children is not okay. And again, we're talking about children, not adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Slack, that was our last speaker for this title.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It is now time for each committee member to have his or her opportunity to speak. Each committee member will have the opportunity to speak once each member has had his or her chance to speak, and any lingering issues will be discussed, and I will call for a vote. I want to remind the audience that this is the time for the committee members to speak. and the public to maintain decorum as previously stated earlier. So I will call on each member. It is a conversation that we want to have together to come to, for you all to come to the deciding vote for Milk and Honey. So I'll start with Ms. Beavers. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, if you'll pull that close, the mic is, yeah. They should stay on if you want to just push it back and forward as needed.
So the book was actually rated for 18 and plus. And I think that's all I need to say about it, honestly. This is not for kids, it's for adults. And if there's items in here that kids think they should see, we have a public library for that. We also have counselors at school. But this is a rated book, 18 and up, and that puts it out of our children's reach.
It's okay, we'll just go around I'll be skipped, of course, and we'll go around the table if that's all right.
Sure. So I read the book from front to back. I notated the areas where it gets explicit. I agree. It is, if it's 18 plus book, it has graphic, explicit pictures, descriptions of, being fingered and scraped out like a cantaloupe. That's not appropriate. There are ways, and I do appreciate that children can learn from education about sexualization and grooming and abuse, but to say that it has to come from a book in the library, I think that we need to really look at how we're educating children to begin with. We have sex ed classes. We should teach kids about sex trafficking in those classes, and to say that it needs to come from a book, I think when I read the book, I definitely related to the author. I felt her pain in the abuse that she went through. I felt her, I've been in terrible relationships myself as an adult, and so I can relate to how she's describing her feelings in the book. And if it were just the descriptions of the feelings without the explicitness of the sex and all of that, I think it would be a fine book for high school. But because of these passages that are just, to me, talking about oral sex, masturbation, pictures of masturbation, it doesn't belong in a public school library.
Thank you.
I also read the book, obviously, cover to cover. I do want to share that I went through also the pages that were specified on the petition, pages that were indicated that they initially had, problems with. And so I'm glad that the petitioner went back through and read the entire book, because of those pages, there were only 5 that actually were of any value. Or I can't say any value, but I guess I read the poetry differently. I found a lot of what the author to have said to be more uplifting and bright, more of a survival story in relation to all of the trauma that she had gone through. And so in so many ways, yes, there are difficulties with a lot of the, more violent acts that she graphically describes. And so, yes, for that, the content is for 18 and older. But do we have 18-year-olds in our high schools? Yes, we do. And so for that reason, I do think that it still should remain on our high school shelves. I do think that there is a lot of value in things that were written here. For our petitioner who said that, like on page 22, that sex takes the consent of two. If one person is lying there not doing anything because they are not ready or not in the mood or simply don't want to have, yet the other is having sex with their body, it's not love, it is rape. I think that is a valuable statement. I think that's something that should be heard. I don't think that is a negative. Page 26. The rape will tear you in half, but it will not end you. I think that is a powerful statement. I think there's so much value in this book that our students can learn from. Do we need to recognize that there probably is an age limit to this text? I think so. I think that there is, some graphics that I probably, if their imagery wasn't there, I think the words may not have as much hold on it. It's one of those if you know kind of texts. If you are a little bit more innocent, you may kind of gloss over some of the things that are there. That's the benefit of poetry. If you are not a victim of trauma, then it may not hit you quite as hard. If you are a victim of trauma, then it's gut-wrenching. So in those respects, I think that it's a book that can really be beneficial in so many ways. When we talk about what is available to our students, we have a mental health curriculum. And in our public schools, our 6th through 12th grade students do learn about, I've pulled it up here, decision making, depression, coping skills. These are suicide prevention. This is supporting material for a lot of that. One of our speakers said, if they haven't been exposed to this type of trauma, is it going to normalize them? I think more than anything, it indicates what is not normal behavior. It indicates what grooming is. And so for that, I feel that for the age-appropriate individuals, it certainly should remain.
I didn't come in with a lot to say here. I planned to be brief, although brevity is not always my strong suit. But a lot has been said. I took some notes. I want to comment on some of it. I'm not going to dig too much into the, literary, social value, et cetera, of the book. I think that's been made very clear by the people who are much more maybe the target audience than I am. And the people that it was written for, and in some ways about people who are, more of a peer of the author than I am. But the fact that it was also interesting to me and educational is that's great, but obviously it's of much more value to young women in particular. Having said that, I had a conversation with a young man the other day, a friend of our daughter's. And a subject that came up was that there are concerns that young women have, concerns, fears, realities that mostly as guys, we don't have to worry about. There's a whole world of fears that we don't have. The joke that's not a joke is that, a guy's fear on a date is that he might get laughed at, a woman's fear is that she might get murdered. But I would recommend, I'm going to hand him this book because there's a window into some of those feelings, some of those fears, some of those experiences that I think is valuable to see and to recognize. Empathy was brought up, and you can't have empathy without some understanding. You can't have empathy without having someone describe what someone else is feeling. And books, literature, it's a way to, step into somebody else's shoes, somebody else's world, maybe understand them a little better. When I was a kid, elementary school, middle school, whatever, I was bullied, not as bad as many, but some. And as is the way of the world, you find somebody else let's make that guy the target instead of me. I was mean to other kids to, throw off the scent. And there were books that I read about people being, not totally about, but that involved people being bullied or mistreated or made to feel small in some of the ways that I was doing to other kids, or in some of the ways that were done to me. And you realize you're not alone. And you realize, oh, I'm hurting someone here, and maybe I can stop that. So on to the book itself. In terms of what I got out of this, or the value of this book, or there's an arc to this book if you actually read it and don't just read excerpts. There's an arc. And obviously it delves into early childhood trauma of a horrifying nature. And later poems deal with the lingering results of that trauma and difficulty in forming healthy relationships later, and allowing herself to be treated badly because people that she should have been able to trust when she was young, taught her that she didn't deserve better. And then it goes through and learning those things, and when there are actual healthy relationships later, and the recognition of that. And some of that's also about there are parts in here later on in the book that are about sex consensually with a good person, and it's happy and it's presented positively. Oh no, let's get our fainting couches. I think it's okay for kids to know that at some point in your life, consensual sex is gonna happen, hopefully. Hopefully, it would be nice if it were only ever consensual. I wish that were the world we lived in. But I don't think that's a terrifying message. But I don't know, with some of these passages later, like the first time and so on, that was referenced earlier, I don't know how someone reads the entire book in order, actually, and not just excerpts, and reaches the conclusion that we're still talking about child rape at that point, or that this has anything to do with the family. The book has progressed far beyond that if you actually read it. So I don't know. I don't know other people's minds. Intentional misreading, only reading the excerpts, don't know. But something's been missed along the way. I would say, hey, go back and read the book more carefully, because you missed some stuff, and there's some good stuff. It was also brought up, do we feel comfortable having these things read aloud? Well, everything about the situation is awkward. I don't love that there's a microphone in front of me and a camera over there, but here we are. I don't love sitting here and listening to some of these passages being read to me, but context is important. Context, consent, intention. Everybody, we all have our songs that we sing really loud along with the radio, even though maybe it doesn't sound great because we love them and it sounds like, and it's fun to do so, but maybe we don't do those when other people aren't in the car with us. But if we were to stand, and that's fine, it's our car, it's our life, we chose to sing that, fine. If I were to stand up and start singing some, Kelly Clarkson song that I can't possibly achieve right now in this room, it would be really weird, it would be unpleasant, nobody would enjoy it, and nobody asked for it. And that's far more the equivalent of, I'm gonna get up here and read you some shocking passages. And there's value to reading the passages because here's what we're talking about, but let us not pretend that that is the same thing as someone choosing a book off a shelf, reading it to themselves because they wanted to. Those aren't the same thing. Those aren't the same standards. There's a reason that the read aloud standard that sometimes gets referenced isn't actually in the law. It's a made up thing that's very convenient to say if you really want another way to, argue that books shouldn't be in a library, but it's not real. And again, if we were talking about this book being assigned whether this book should be assigned as part of classroom reading or, that's a different conversation, and it's not the one we're having. And maybe the read aloud standard does apply more there. But again, not the conversation we're having. Complete red herring, which I acknowledge I'm the only one that brought up. Nobody else said that. And there's this idea that, it's come up a couple times, and I'm as guilty as anyone of getting onto the conversation of what's banning and what's not. But one thing that was brought up, we're not for banning books, but it was said these books could slip into the hands of children. Well, as long as the books still exist in the world, that's still true. They're going to slip into the hands, these nasty, sneaky little books with legs. I don't know how that works. But they're no more likely to slip into the hands of children just because they're in a high school library. Elementary school students don't have any particular access to high school libraries. When we say the children, just everybody remember we're talking about books that are and were until they were pulled only in high schools, and we're only talking about them being in high schools. And I know a lot of high schoolers who would be offended at being called children, even though, there's reasons to call them that. And they are technically, but also they're not elementary school students. They are not kindergartners. When we say the children, nobody's picturing, a senior. But that, we're talking about high school students here. Let's keep that in mind. And as for why these few books? Well, I don't know, ask the people that challenge them. Yeah, why are we here? The fact that any of this is happening is just insane. It's just silly. But here we are. I didn't choose any of this. I didn't choose these books. I don't know. Why these books? Why do these books have to be there? That was a why do these books have to be there? Or why does sex education have to come from a book? Well, nobody said only that. But why couldn't it also come from a book? Why these books? Why not these books is the real question. Why? Let a million flowers bloom. It was millions of books. Fantastic. Great. More books. More better. More opinions. More ideas. I'm going to keep going back to, in this country, in this century, what the hell are we doing here? It's been addressed better than I could already, the definition of pornography, the idea that it's about intent to cause sexual incitement. And again, if you're reading a fairly graphic and intentionally unpleasant description of child rape, and you feel that that's arousing, I don't want you near my kids, and I sure as hell don't want you making rules about what they're allowed to read. And it was said, well, what about the kids that haven't experienced this? And first of all, unfortunately, when we're talking about young women, I think when you say you have to add the word, yet. Because statistically, horrifyingly true, what about girls who haven't been molested or assaulted or date raped or otherwise put in compromising situations yet? I don't know if we ever get to fix human nature to the point where that's not a threat, but we're not there yet. And given that there is a whole real world out there with real threats of this actual behavior that's represented in here, what is the point of education? Why are we, seriously, fundamentally, why school? Why go to, kids would certainly rather be at the beach. I think come the end of the year, teachers would rather be at the beach as well. But why are we here? Why do they do it? Why do we make our kids go to school? Why do teachers invest their time and effort in this? Preparation, learning, being prepared for what life is going to throw at you before it's thrown at you. That's why we teach you to read instead of, go out in the workplace, hope you can read. I don't know. Hey, you're gonna drive, here's some keys. I don't know, A1A's that way, good luck. No, you learn. And you watch, do they still make them watch the movies with the car crashes? Probably, I don't know. It's been a little bit since my driver's ed. But, we watched films that were really unpleasant, showing dead bodies to underscore the importance and the dangers of what can happen out there on the road. Preparation. We learned how to avoid accidents. We learned how to steer into a skid. Ideally, you want to learn how to steer into a skid before you're skidding because you're not going to make the right choice in the moment, or, more relevant, you're not going to recognize that's what's happening. Recognizing what's happening is something that can come from books. And we've heard accounts of people who were woken up by books like this to realize, oh, this thing that's happened to me, oh, it's that. Oh, this is where it leads. It's something that happened in our school system this year where there was a student who recognized the warning signs of a teacher who was behaving inappropriately towards them, even though nothing explicit had happened yet, recognized it. Hadn't happened to them before, didn't have to learn it on the fly, didn't have to get to the point of, oh, so it led here. No, they stopped before there. They recognized the warning signs. They'd read about it, seen it in movies, books, TV, whatever. Talked to friends of theirs who, again, knew the language, understood it, weren't afraid to talk about it. Talked to parents who encouraged them to talk to, and yeah, I personally know some of these people, encouraged them to talk to their parents who, yay, believed them. Because they were prepared. Because it wasn't the moment when they were cornered or drugged or whatever by someone larger, older, more knowledgeable than them. That wasn't the moment they realized this is going down a path. They realized at the beginning of the path. Why? Because they'd heard about it before. And it is not hard to find study after study. Why do you even have to say studies? Yeah, learning about something before it happens to you is helpful. We want to say common sense? Great, common sense. Again, we don't throw you out on the road with the car keys and say, good luck. We teach you about accidents. We teach you about the bad things. There's school shooting drills. Those aren't pleasant, I'm sure. Those aren't comfortable. Those aren't fun. But do we want a bunch of kids self-organizing at the moment? Ideally, no. And to think that, well, what if we don't talk about take out the uncomfortable parts, which is take out the parts that are awkward. Oh no, I might have to have a conversation with my kid about something. I might have to be a parent. And there's a real trend in the last couple of years in this state in particular. Let's lose the uncomfortable parts. Let's get that Ruby Bridges book. Some people might feel bad about some things Grandpa said one time. Let's only have that one Martin Luther King quote that everybody feels good about that you can put next to your live, laugh, love sign on your wall. Let's not talk about everything else he said that still rings very true about systematic oppression and systematic racism and so on like that. Let's leave it to the comfortable parts because most of us, meaning, white, straight, middle class, that's uncomfortable. Well, life's uncomfortable. And life can be hard for your kids, and we owe them better than that. We owe them better than, I don't want to talk about the uncomfortable parts, Johnny, good luck. Ooh, sorry, Sally, rape is weird, and you shouldn't read about it, and don't worry, your uncle's fine. Good luck. We owe them better than that. We owe them the hard parts. And it was raised, reading about these things with no one to explain it to. Well, yeah, that's 100%. A book alone is I still think valuable. Better to have a conversation with a parent, a trusted adult, a counselor, etc. But as acknowledged, there are people, in fact, the people who maybe would relate most to this book, who are not in a home where they get to talk about this. If it was talked about, their home life would be better and they wouldn't relate to it so much, would they? And people in good, there are people who aren't in those homes, who are in good home. Well, okay, yeah, now, yeah, I'm in a good, I can have uncomfortable conversations with my kids about these topics that are not fun to talk about for me or for them, but it's important. And important trumps comfortable, or it should. Parenting's hard. And to say, hey, school, could you just eliminate all the uncomfortable stuff so I don't have to hear about it? Can I just close my eyes and pretend everything's going to be fine for my kids forever? No. I can't. I mean, that'd be easier. Easier for me, not super helpful for them. Or, yeah, schools do have counselors, but again, someone who doesn't recognize the signs early on, by the time they realize they need to talk to the counselor, too late. Good job. Yay, we kept a book out. I gotta watch my language. The mushroom theory, keep them in the ground, cover them. Avoiding these difficult topics has been brought up by people who unfortunately know it more directly than I do. That's how you set up grooming. Ignorance and discomfort and awkwardness, and let's not talk about it, these are the number one, that's the toolkit for a groomer. That's the toolkit for actual groomers. The people who want to say I'm a groomer because I wanted a high school book left on a high school shelf, fine. Terrible people are going to say terrible, stupid things. I don't care. I'm not important here. Actual groomers use ignorance and fear and shame. And a groomer, an actual one who's been in our school system, was defeated this year because kids knew better and talked and had read about things. Actual groomer prevented by actual information. Oddly, burying your head in the sand doesn't prevent anything. It's weird. It's almost like doing nothing does nothing. It's almost like not teaching kids doesn't prepare them for anything. It's almost like hiding the world from them doesn't prepare the world. Who could ever have imagined such a thing? So yeah, does any given book have to be in the libraries? Well, no, because then the library would be, every school library would be infinitely big and have every book that ever existed. Obviously, that's not what's going on. Does a wildly popular book of poetry, 3 of them, that is beloved by many and found very useful and helpful and inspirational to many, and which there are all sorts of testimonials online, not hard to find, of people who say this book has saved them, helped them, let them feel less alone. I'm going against my own precepts here, which is that why should this big book be on the shelf is absolutely the wrong question to ask. No, it's a book. It's a book. Why shouldn't it be? Prove it. Books are innocent until proven guilty. It's a freaking book. It doesn't have legs. It doesn't have claws. This isn't Harry Potter. They don't jump out at you and make you read them. It's a book in a high school. But why should this be there? We've had a lot of lists of reasons. This is valuable. I learned things from this book. I understand some things that people have told me better than I did before. And some of it's really funny. And to read a few excerpts and go, well, this is a book about that, and to misrepresent some of those excerpts and say, look, this is a book about enjoying childhood rape. Oh God, please read the book again. No, it's not. Holy crap. Please read the book again. I will continue to prefer that America be less like Iran, less like North Korea, not more. Please, can we just accept a little bit of uncomfortability? We all have books that we don't like. We all have books that there are books that I think are, damaging, and I think, that I think have ideas that I would be troubled that my kids read them. But I'm not going to tell you that your kids can't read them, because I don't know. I don't understand that instinct at all, honestly. But I don't want to do it. I don't want to tell other people how to parent their kids. I don't want to take choices away from other parents and call it parental choice. I will stop now. I'm sorry, that went a little long.
Your definition of brevity is not.
I said brevity, not my strong suit. I own that. I'm sorry.
No, I fully appreciate all the things you said. You had some very good points. I just want to take it back to the public speakers. Everybody here is concerned about children. Everybody here is concerned about their children. Everybody here is concerned about the education of their children and what is available or not available to them in Brevard County Public Schools. We have parents in here of children who have not seen a pornographic image at the age of 17. My hat's off to them. They've done a good job of protecting them from some of the evils of this world. We have parents of children here who have had issues with, I'll just go ahead and say it, have had sexual trauma in their lives. And my hat's off to them for helping their child through the trauma that exists. We have parents in here of children, and I say children, we'll stick to high school. My definition of children is 18, younger than 18. We have parents of children who, if pick up this book, will see some of these images, see some of these passages, and giggle and show their friends. We have a very large breadth of maturity of children. We have a very large breadth of experience of children, and we have a very large breadth of parents and how they wish to parent their children. There have been a lot of mentions and references to personal experiences with childhood assault and molestation. I'm not far from that realm. I have family members who went through that. My mother, a couple of my friends in middle school, came out that was happening, and they took care of it, and I was a family member as well. And I have uncomfortable conversations with my children. I have a 14-year-old son. I have a 12-year-old daughter. I have a 10-year-old daughter. Luckily, I don't have to have those conversations with my 9-year-old son yet, but they are coming, because that's called prudent parenting and having those conversations. Many of the situations that came about in our childhood was because people didn't talk about it, because people didn't acknowledge it. And I think schools are catching up, because now they have a curriculum for trauma. They have curriculums for people to talk through, what was the name of the curriculum you referenced?
It's our health and wellness education, mental and emotional health education.
Yeah. So Brevard County Schools have put together a curriculum to solve this problem, because parents are not all parents care as much about their children as people in this room. I think each side needs to acknowledge that we really want what's best for our children. Reading this book can elicit anger at the content because of what is our children are being exposed to, anger at the content because of that's the reality of this world. I read this book, and it's the reality of this world. It truly is. The question comes down to whether or not it is permissible in Brevard County Public Schools based off the statutes, and then the tagline at the bottom, I cannot say that this taken as a whole is without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific values. I can say that there are portions of this that are not good for minors, and minors is less than 18. We have a parent in here that said they read this book to their 9-year-old daughter. I applaud you. That's prudent parenting. That is educating your child on something that's uncomfortable. Do we really want to trust our schools do we have to trust our schools to have these conversations with our kids? There are people who say absolutely, because parents aren't having those conversations with their kids. There's people who say absolutely not, that belongs in the jurisdiction of the parents. I lean towards it belongs to the jurisdiction of the parents, but we have curriculum already up and ready. I would highly recommend this book. If somebody has gone through trauma and has read through this book and it has helped them, I highly recommend they pass it on. This was a very uncomfortable book. Some of the passages, especially the second one, the therapist places a doll in front of you and the size of girls your uncles like touching. Point to where his hands were. That is a very uncomfortable thing to read, but that is exactly what's happening. This can help people. This could also hurt people. And when I say hurt people, I mean it can be mocked. It can be misconstrued. There are passages in here that, I'll say people are just going to point to that one little line that talks about scraping a cantaloupe and he, look at this. And that will cause sexual arousal. Not the fact that it's about rape, not the fact that it's written about when the person was a minor. We're reading this as if, some people read this as if they've been through it. Some people read this as if it's words on a page, an academic exercise. Some people are going to read this and pick out the passages that are titillating and sexual in nature and arousing and focus in on that. It's poetry, that's what happens. It's literature, that's what happens. But it's the full contents of the book. It has literary value. Does it have literary value for minors? Harmful to minors. You go back to the statutes. There's an entire page of definitions. Sexual oriented material, any book or article, magazine, and I've lost my page. That's what happens. But it talks about fellatio. It talks about cunnilingus. It talks about masturbation. It talks about things that are specifically in the statutes stating that should not be in our public schools. If this book is in somebody's backpack in the public school, they found it to be a life-changing event, and they know somebody who they think is going through trauma or has gone through trauma, and another student hands this copy of this book to the other student, they will not be reprimanded. They will not be taken away from them. It will not be confiscated. There will be no negative consequence of any kind. But to say that this is, the full contents of the book is what Brevard County Public Schools stand besides. There are certain passages, I'll say certain, it's 150 something pages, actually 200 pages, I'm sorry. Roughly 10% of the book has, content that's sexually explicit in nature. We're not playing percentages here, but, I would say that those passages would be disqualifying for keeping them to the general public in Brevard County Public Schools. With that said, if there's any, there's content in here that I feel like is beneficial. If an English teacher wants to pull out one of the non-sexually explicit poetry for an assignment, I'm okay with that. There's beautiful poetry about empowerment. There's beautiful poetry on how to deal with PTSD. There's beautiful poetry in here on how to come out of a very dark place without the context and reference of previous poems to show you exactly what that dark place was. That is a benefit. Taking some of these poems individually, or even a few in a series to show the arc that you were talking about. Most of that content is in the first half of the book. There's some beautiful things in the second half. The chapters were the hurting, the loving, the breaking, the healing, and nothing referenced on the request sheet or was read here publicly came from the second half of the book. But unfortunately, the content of the first half, in my opinion, would be disqualifying. And it pains me to say that because of the fact that it is a very good book taken as a whole. It talks about some very uncomfortable truths in a way that makes it relatable because this is her personal experience. This is her personal experience from an Indian culture, from being a minority in Indian culture, her family being Sikhs, and then immigrating to the United States. It's a very powerful book, but is it appropriate for our students at Brevard County Public School? Unfortunately, the minority, the small amount of sexual content in here, in my opinion, would make it disqualifying.
All right, thank you, committee members. I'll call on each committee member to give a verbal vote on the book Milk and Honey to keep or to remove from the Brevard Public School libraries. And just for my reference, I said keep or remove. Ms. Beavers?
Remove.
Remove. Ms. Hall?
Remove.
Remove. Sherry Landiskin?
Keep.
Keep. Paul?
Keep.
Keep. And Michael Howell?
I'd like a little more discussion before.
Okay.
I'd like a little more discussion from Ms. Beavers and just kind of what's been said over here. Well, I said Ms. Beavers, I mean everybody. You've heard, the whole committee. If there's any rebuttal of information, if there's any conversation.
Well, the first thing I'd like to point out is this is middle school also. This is in Stone Middle School, so it's not. This is in Stone Middle School also. This is not just high school like you mentioned. And we're not trying to remove Ruby Bridges either. So you must have known you were wrong when your fingers dipped inside me and searched for honey that would not come for you. Find your favorite page in the soft spot between my legs and read it carefully, fluently, vividly. Don't you dare leave a single word untouched. And I swear my ending will be so good, the last few words will come running to your mouth. And when you're done, take a seat, because it's my turn to make music with my knees pressed to the ground. I don't think this is appropriate for children. This is not a healing moment. This is not a going to save me from growing moment. This is designed to sexually excite you, and this is against our rules. It's as simple as that. There might be some good parts of this book, and I believe there are some good parts of this book. And maybe the counselor can suggest this book to kids who are in need of it. Maybe a teacher can add it to the curriculum for, I forgot what the curriculum for the curriculum they have in school for.
AP?
No, not AP. We're teaching the sexual, I'm trying to put, there's a sex ed, thank you. It was on my head, but I could not get
If we
it.
remove it, they can't.
No, this is a removing from the public the school library. Curriculum is a different thing altogether, from what I understand. We aren't judging curriculum books, so maybe they can use passages from this book. They can certainly use certain passages from this book and teach in a class. So if that needs to, if people feel strongly that some of these passages are important when they're talking about grooming children or what happened to a child or how she overcame it, I'm all for that. I think that's a great idea. But we don't need these other things in there. We don't need pictures of people's open legs in a book for children.
If I just, for the committee's consideration,
Sure.
this seems all under the section on supplemental. So a prohibition, prohibited from classroom use unless this committee decides otherwise.
Yeah.
So you can't, the teachers have to get everything, single thing that they use in classroom if it's just a passage in a poem book?
Yeah, if it's supplemental, if this committee has chosen to remove this, it would fall under classroom as well. This committee could choose otherwise, certainly as well. And so I do just want to make it clear that it is classroom and library, not adopted instructional materials. This committee can choose it, but you would want, I would ask that you specify it clarity for our school staff and meeting specialists and things like that.
Okay.
And that would be for 8 years with no appeal.
So again, just whatever you guys decide, clear is kind. And so
Sure.
clarity would be very helpful for our school staff and not having to interpret. I would just appreciate that. I believe your board members have entrusted you with that decision making. And I'm very, we will of course enforce whatever this committee decides. But as we've done in the past, if we have variance, I just ask that the committee explicitly vote on any variances for the clarity of our staff.
Okay.
And just to clarify as well, with supplemental material also includes if a guidance counselor wanted to recommend it for trauma-based counseling.
Could they recommend it but not provide?
Yeah, again, I would ask for that clarity from the committee, because if it's prohibited, it will be prohibited. If there's options where it is
So there are lots of books on grooming on this subject that I think are far more beneficial than a few lines, probably maybe 15 poems total in the book have to do with this issue about grooming and things like that. So why we need this entire book for that when there are other resources out there that would be far more beneficial as far as talking about steps to take and how to heal, than a book that has a lot of other material that's just not appropriate for our kids. So if we want to bring in books that talk about this, maybe people's personal stories that aren't explicit, they're out there. We just got to find them and put them in our library if that's what we want. But the kids aren't. Do we even know how many kids have checked this book out in a year?
I don't have that information.
Okay.
No.
I don't think it's a huge amount. I don't think we're hitting every child who has a grooming situation or a molestation in their background.
But you don't
reading
know that
this
either.
book. Sorry?
You don't know that either, though.
No, I surely don't know that either. Of course I don't know that either. That's why I was asking for clarity with her. But I don't think kids are flocking to this particular book for the 15 or so poems that are in it having to do with this subject. More than likely, they're going to look at the little pictures on there and say, "Oh my gosh, look at what's on my book," to their friends, and they're not going to get the benefit of the book anyway. They're going to get the material that we're talking about. I move my hand between your legs and whisper, "Make those pretty little fingers dance for me." I mean, really, for our kids? Like that's just not what I think is a good idea for our children, especially because even that one I read you is against our statutes. And it is rated 18 and plus by the publishers and the authors. So why are we even here if we already know this material is supposed to be above what we're supposed to be providing in our schools? We're not talking a large population of 18-year-olds. We're talking the graduating class at the end of the year. And like it's been pointed out before, they all have the internet. They all can go get copies of this book on their phones. They can go to the library. Public library has copies too. It certainly doesn't need to be in our middle schools, bottom line, but high school, no. If you want to put it behind the counter, I mean, I guess that could be an option, but I don't see that as an option. I don't think we need to have a special behind the counter book that we have. I mean, obviously, we all can weigh in on that, but I don't see this as necessary. What was the other one? And with context of learning, yes, that we teach about grooming in our schools already. We already have the, stranger danger from the time they're little, right, all the way up. It's not like we don't talk about this stuff at all.
Stranger danger is the opposite of grooming, but please go on.
No.
Grooming,
it starts
strangers
there.
are not the...
No, sure, but
main-
it starts there. They start about bad touch, good touch. Strangers, so they discuss bad touch, good touch when the kids are 5 years old and up. I mean, it's not that it's not in our schools. It's age appropriate at that age. There are certain places on your body you don't let anybody touch. So it is there. It's just a matter of having it in the school library in this format. And the format has some great stuff in it. It does. I'm not going to deny that. But it also has stuff that's really not appropriate for our kids. And there are other material that is appropriate. So on the idea alone that it's supposed to be for 18 and up was enough in my head to say, well, why do we even have it in here? Because it's rated that way because of the content, right? And we have it in a junior high school. I don't know how that happened. But
Where's that rating from?
Sorry?
Where's that rating? Who rated it 18 and up?
Publishers.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Well, just for library perspective, we don't really use the term, but I understand what you're saying. We don't rate books from the library perspective. So I do understand what she's saying. It is suggested audience of adult. So that is correct. And also, I just want to, I was looking to see what schools do have this book, just for y'all's clarity of information. Milk and Honey was removed from many of our schools through the informal process. The only middle school that has this book is Edgewood, and it's marked high school only. Merritt Island has it marked as parent permission. but there are a few other schools that do have it open and available for
Well,
student
Stone,
checkout.
according to your online portal, Stone still has it.
I will double check that. Thank you for
I
that.
mean, I just checked it while I was on the phone right here, so it's there right now.
It's in, you showed up in their circulation, you're saying?
I just
Okay.
checked it on your follet, and it's there, and
Okay,
it says it's done. Now,
I will go back.
if they've taken it out and given it to us, I mean, obviously it's not there, but
Sure.
but online.
I will gladly double check that. I'm not going to do it right now, but thank
Sure.
you for that. That's great.
And err on the side of caution. Let's talk about that one real quick. That was not actually part of the DOE training that I helped develop. The DOE themselves, after the training was finalized, put that in there. That wasn't ours. I mean, sorry, not err on the side of caution. The description of what err on the side of caution meant, which was reading it out loud is not appropriate. If you can't do it out loud, maybe you shouldn't put it in your school because that'd be err on the side of caution. That description was a DOE's description. That was not mine. That was not anybody else's. The DOE is the one who put that in there when the finalization of the training was done. We tried to get that word in there, and they said no. The other librarian said no, but the DOE did agree with it. So this is our DOE telling us, if you're unsure and you think this is inappropriate and you don't feel comfortable necessarily reading out loud, maybe you shouldn't put it in our libraries, right? There are words in here as an adult that I was told was slang and not appropriate that are in these poems that I don't really think we should be normalizing for children. So there we go. Oh, and poverty, I want to go and answer that one too. I've been homeless, so don't come at me with the fact that you think that I have no idea what it's like, what a hard life is like. I've been homeless with 4 kids, so give me a break. A need to read about rape. I think you're completely right, whoever said that up there. Completely right. You need to read about rape. Boys need to read about rape, and so do girls. Not the kind of pages that we're talking about where we talk about, go on for three pages about what the hands did and what the parts did and all that kind of stuff. We need to talk about if someone touches you unwantedly and somebody does things to you and you can describe what those things are in a clinical fashion. We don't need to have pages of erotica going on to let them know what that means. Okay? We all know what rape means. We can educate the kids on what that means. We don't need to have it and you may not believe it, you may not think it's arousing, but clearly parts of the population see this as arousing. There's all kinds of videos and everything else. It's not a hard concept here. People do find it arousing. People do mimic. I don't want that mimicking idea put into 15 and 14-year-old kids' heads. I think that's appropriate. And I could go on for a while, but I honestly, I think I've already touched on the main ideas of why this is not appropriate for our kids. It's too old for them. According to the publishers, it's pictures are inappropriate. I mean, we're not supposed to be having nude depictions according to our statutes, and it's in there. So I'm done.
So just to touch quickly on the valuable statements within the book, I absolutely agree. Again, kind of getting to a vulnerable point, I was also sought after by a teacher in my high school years. So I know what that's like. Fortunately, I never was abused. I did have a teacher speak out against that, and he was removed. It was very traumatizing as a high school student. So I am 100% in favor of educating our children on what grooming looks like, what rape looks like. It's not about the topic or the uncomfort that these topics bring up. It is strictly about the sexually explicit parts of these books and whether they belong in a public school library where minors are present without parents. It all goes back to, whether the book gets checked out or not, whether it's beneficial or not. I could agree this could be beneficial for someone that has gone through that sort of trauma. But I'm just a hard no on it being available because we have other resources. This one book, or the 3 sets of books that talk about the abuse in every single one of them, I don't feel that the explicit parts warrant a pass for staying in our school libraries. Again, I liked the book when I read it. I related to the book. But lie me down, lay me open like a map, and with your fingers trace the places you still want to. They had to bleep it out with me. Kiss me like I am the center point of gravity, and you are falling into me like my soul and the focal point. These. And the depictions, naked women, orgasms, masturbation, it just, the licking, it's too explicit for minors. The very small portion of 18-year-olds that may want to check this out, I just don't think that constitutes keeping it in a school library when the vast majority of our kids are minors. And to have a sexually explicit section in our library behind the counter, I think that's an oxymoron. Like that just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Like Michelle said, you can go on, you get a public library card, you don't even have to go physically to the library to check out library books. You can go on your computer, you can pull them offline, you can read them online. There are very little barriers anymore to being able to access books. So to say that it's banning a book, it's inaccurate. We're talking about age appropriateness and what belongs in our school libraries. So I don't think that we need to dictate that it can be given by a counselor. I don't think we need to dictate that it can be in a classroom library. It's a no for me.
A few things.
Can I go first?
Oh, yeah, sure. I got like 3 lines here. But I understand. Please go.
I can let you go because
You might give me more materials to think around.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to, hit on a couple of things, and I guess more so because you had asked as far as where we kind of go from here since we took a vote, Michael. I guess I know, Ashley, that you said a hard no. You don't want to have a sexually explicit section of the library. I completely agree. It does not belong at Stone. So, but I do feel that it is appropriate for our 18 and older population. I do feel that there are 18 and older seniors that turn 18 at the start of their senior year. We have a handful of copies. I don't know how many of us have a copy from an actual school. Do all of us? Okay, so 5. There may be a couple of more out there. I agree that we do start educating our children in early elementary. I was just looking through the curriculum. Human trafficking, types of abuse start as early as kindergarten. And so, yes, there is information out there. This is a supplementary resource. It is something that is of value. It's of value in terms of it being a survivor story. How many people have checked it out? It may only have been a handful. It probably will be a whole lot more based on this meeting today. Sometimes when we shine a light on something, it creates a whole lot of curiosity. But in that respect, it doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to be, anything less than or removed. I think when we look at it as a whole, there is a whole lot more value than the sexually explicit scenes that are appropriate for our 18 and older students. I think that the segments that some people may find arousing when they look at it in isolation. Michael, you said it's literature, it's poetry, that's what happens. You can find that in any book. We could take probably any form or piece of literature and turn it and twist it in any way. And if we start to do that, we're in big trouble. So if we take this out because of that, we are in big trouble. And so I'm not saying that it would be the ideal solution, but I think that if we keep the current copies that we have and we allow it for checkout just for age-appropriate individuals, then it would serve the purpose of meeting the requirements of who it is appropriate for. It would keep the text available to students. When we identify the concern that they may share it with friends, if they were to check it out at the public library and bring it in, you still have that same worry. So there's not much that we can do about that in any regard. However, it would allow it to still be available to support any curriculum. It would make it available to counselors to still offer to students that are in traumatic situations that may find it beneficial for their uplifting poetic nature. I think that there's a benefit to keeping it and just having restrictions on it as a compromise for those of us who don't feel that it's appropriate to keep in our public schools and for those of us who do.
And sorry, I didn't mean to jump.
No, that's okay.
No, but thank you for speaking up. So yeah, there are other materials was said, and things that could be expressed in a clinical fashion. Yeah, the kids are gonna line right up for that. That's versus when we're talking about the valuable parts, that there are other ways to achieve the value. Certainly, and again, nobody's saying this book and only this book, this is the only way that people will ever learn about these topics. But it's one of them. And clinical materials, clinical fashion, sorry, versus New York Times bestseller. One of them's getting read more intentionally, and again, intent, consent, context. People are picking this up. And Ruby Carr, I saw, is referred to as Instagram's favorite poet, which makes sense that me and old white guys, 10 years later, finally discovering this book exists. That's about the right time frame for figuring it, or however many years. I don't even know. That audience is vastly young women. Her audience, her fan base, the people it's actually targeted to. Yeah, you can say, there are people that will find these parts arousing. Well, yeah, there's sadly literally nothing you can't say that about. But again, that is probably not who we want to base our decisions on, and it certainly isn't who we want making our decisions, because again, if you find those parts arousing, please don't make rules about anyone and don't have kids. We talked about, Michael, you were saying something about, that people would have this and find this valuable and share this with friends, and I totally agree with that, and I know that that's how a lot of people found this book. But, is that, if that's okay, person A hands the book to person B, you should read this. Okay, great. But person B going to the shelves of their own accord and picking them out for themselves, totally, completely intentionally, is somehow bad. I don't, or the idea that some of the later passages were designed, as the definition, designed to stimulate sexual arousal, or whatever the exact wording was. Every bit of this is someone relaying semi-autobiographical, but expressing things, describing, conveying an experience. What this part was like, what that part was like. The parts where they talk about the horrifying child rape isn't intended to make someone feel as though they're being raped. It's to help them understand it. And the parts where later she finds out that things can actually be good and better. To say that that's designed for this one purpose, to stimulate, again, not sure we read the whole book at that point. And when we talk about these parts that have been called out as particularly troubling, that it's been argued, affect the overall value of the book, that there is this relationship between some parts of the book and the other. Well, I mean, if we're going to follow that track, then the having the excerpts read aloud is the worst possible thing. So we should ban this video where people just read the excerpts, just the bad parts. The complaint is, the complaint is public record. Oh no, we should ban the complaint. That doesn't have any of the good parts. I mean, I'm not seriously suggesting that. I would hope people are offended at the idea of that. Good. But we want to suppress the whole book. We want to make the whole book harder for people to get at? Sure. I also agree that having a special sexually explicit section of the library is ridiculous. Well, good news, we don't need that. We have an opt-out process already. The vast majority of the parents that I have spoken to, and kids who are just like, again, horrified, baffled, need me to explain a couple times, no, really, this is what's happening. No, seriously, I actually have to go and argue against this. I know, but really I do. Don't want the people who, I don't know, like, respect, trust their kids, don't want any of this going on. And for those that, for whatever reason, and I'm sure there are good reasons that I'm not thinking of, I'm not going to try and strawman that, there's an opt-out process. Currently, already, it's available. You can say no dirty books is for my little Sally. You can do that right now, today. Maybe don't decide that for the entire school, is what I'm saying. We don't need that. We have a process. So that's an option. And when we're talking about age appropriate, I think there was one of the, so I think it was the book we talked about in December where we ended up, it was, the goal was to eventually have it only be in high schools as opposed to middle schools. And I know you said that at least in one of the junior high, as Edgewood you said, where it's marked high school only.
Check on Stone.
Check on Stone.
But
that's a discussion that, I might not agree with that conclusion. I might draw the line differently where I think the age appropriateness is, but we're not here for my will to be the rule of the law. God knows. That's a conversation that we could have. But these passages, therefore nobody else's kids get to have this book available to them. And be careful about saying public library because, the Moms for Liberty and fellow travelers, the next step, which is already in progress, is public libraries. It probably won't be there pretty soon either. That's an explicitly stated goal. So public libraries, not going to be the safe haven that we want to think they are. Or, hopefully they will be, but that is not a guarantee. And, if something happens where this book becomes removed from our public libraries in a year or two, whatever decision we make here today lasts for 8 years with no appeal. But let's not say banning, because that'll ruffle some feathers. So there are approaches we can take that don't involve deciding what other people's kids don't read.
Could I ask a question real quick of Ms. Clark? How many books are in a typical high school library? Like, are we in the hundreds, thousands?
Oh, it's usually 8 to 10 books per student. So you could easily say 10,000.
10,000?
But that depends on the school size, right?
Okay.
We have some smaller high schools and middle schools and elementaries versus some very large ones.
Sure. So I just want to touch on the opt-out process.
Okay.
Because if I, as a parent, I don't have a high schooler yet, not looking forward to that day. But when my boys are in high school, if I wanted to request an opt-out for these books, and I said specifically, I want to opt out my children from having access to sexually explicit books, would these books be able to be taken off of my son's reading list?
The librarian would put that note in your child's account and do his or her best to make sure that those books would not be a part of it. But honestly, I can say that they have not read every book in that library space.
Right.
So they would do their due diligence to do that for you.
Right. So.
Yes. Correct.
Right. So tens of thousands of books. And I, as a parent, am burdened to know the content of every book in a library that I specifically do not want my child to have access to.
As well as the media specialist.
Right. So this is where I take issue with that statement and that argument of I, as the parent, have the ability to opt out. Of course, if I knew if I could go down a list in Follett and say, what books have sexual content? And I could filter out the books and I could review, a short list of books, but we're putting the burden of knowing, which the library specialists already don't know, that we've been said, that I have to know what every book is contained. As a parent that is sending their child to a public school, I need to be able to trust that the content in my child's school library is appropriate for school. We are talking about school. Our Brevard public schools are not there to educate my child about sex or anything like that, that is inappropriate in any explicit way, okay? I'm not downgrading sex ed. I went through sex ed. It is important to know about these things. It's important to know about all these things. But that argument that I, as a parent, should know what every book contains is, to me, just not a good argument to have. It should always be opt-in. We should always err on the side of caution. If there is explicit content in our libraries, I question why that's even appropriate in the first place.
Sorry, let's jump in. I agree with that statement, and we're supposed to be protected by the content coming into the library, that it does not contain this explicit material. And we're not talking about the school system talking to our kids about sex. We've already agreed to that. Or there's an opt-out program for the sex education and mental health and things associated with that. But we're talking about a depiction of fingers dripping after a poem explicitly talking about that. We're talking about a poem talking about opening your legs, and the poem is in the pubic region of the depicted female. Now those two examples, I would say, are the extreme of what we're talking about. But this is not just talking about sex. This is not talking about, and I agree with you, clinically talking about sex, nobody's lining up for that. But there's things that are disqualifying, and based off of the statutes. And we've talked about design or intent of the author. Well, the design and intent of the author and the publisher was that this was a book for 18+ adults. Whether we draw a line in the sand saying that we can only be available to 18, the problem with that 18+, which is, that's a valid argument, but now everything in this book is only available to 18+ without a waiver. So even guidance counselors, if they're talking to a freshman, they could not, I assume under that kind of jurisdiction, you probably couldn't recommend it to anybody under 18. It's really tough because the content of this book is beautiful. It's wonderful. It's something that I would say society at large needs to read, but the sexually explicit content based off the statutes and I'll say it is disqualifying. That's the only word that kind of comes to mind, and that's an unfortunate word. That is unfortunate.
Okay.
So,
yes, sir. Real quick.
What you said is true in terms of I don't know every book in the library either, and that would be just unworkable, obviously. But so right now we have a list of I think we have 32 books that are currently pulled. You could certainly say, hey, these 32, not for my kid, I opt out, boom, no research, no nothing. Now, that still leaves all the other books, but that's already true anyway. You didn't have to, all the books that we will be talking about, you could simply plunk down that list and not have to worry about it anymore. And as far as all the other books, well, they're not being challenged anyway, so, those books are still a working danger or whatever it is. I think there's listed about 42 books, I believe, that were put together locally that list is pulled from. You can say, give me the 42. Grab the lady from, what was it, Hernando County, I think, that's challenged like 150. None of these 150 books for my kid. It's all the same ones that are going to be challenged. You could just jump ahead of the challenge line and say, none of mine. You don't have to read all those books. Most people challenged them, sure didn't. And then that doesn't take those books away from everyone else's kids who doesn't agree with that list. But none of that involves, you could do that right now today, slap that list down, and you don't have to have read every book in the library at all. And that will get these same books out of your kids' hands as if we remove them from the library shelves. No additional requirement to read them. There's nobody's saying, read every book in the library. You don't have to do that to have this and every other challenged book out of your kids' hands, because those lists, both what's scheduled, what's unscheduled, what's coming, that's all public. I mean, I don't know if I would do the whole list. Maybe, hopefully, you don't want the graphic novel Diary of Anne Frank out of your kids' hands. It's on the challenge list and currently off the shelves because porn, I don't know. But you don't have to read all the books. You can take literally that list and say, none of these for my kids. That's an option right now, where the same books being challenged for the same reasons by the same people, you can remove from your kid's personal library, boom, right now. Get the exact same effect without any crazy read every book in the library, which, of course, you're absolutely right, nobody's going to do. Well, I mean, I'm not going to. That's an option that you have. And get to exactly where you want for your kid without deciding it for mine.
Mr. Rabb, those are the books we know about. How did we know about those books, and how did they get in the libraries to begin with?
Because they're books and they're not, well, again, you're presupposing that all 42 of those books are correct and the Diary of Anne Frank is absolutely dangerous.
I am not.
Well, you said, how did they get in the libraries? Because they're books?
All right, so the Diary of Anne Frank we're talking about is a graphic novel who has pictures of vaginas open. All right, so don't sit there and tell and mislead everybody that the Diary of Anne Frank is a bad book.
I believe I said graphic novel in the,
Yes,
you know this is all on video.
Okay, all right.
And
We're going to
the
stay
book-
focused on the book that we're talking, and the books, the titles of today.
But I was going toward the solution, but yes, I understand.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Is everybody good? I think we need to go ahead, for the sake of time, if we could just take this to another vote and see where we are, if that's okay with the committee? Okay. Ms. Beavers, remove or keep?
Remove.
Okay. Ms. Hall?
Remove.
Ms. Diskin?
Keep.
Mr., is it Rob?
Yeah.
Rob? No, tell me.
It depends who in my family you're talking to.
Oh.
It's Raub or Rob or somewhere in between there.
Oh.
Depends which state or the relatives are in.
I'm Southern, so.
No, it's really, you're fine.
Okay.
You were fine. You're right in the middle.
Okay.
Keep.
Keep. And Michael?
Remove.
Remove. So according to the committee's vote, we have 3 remove and 2 keep. Dr. Solomon, do we have time for a quick restroom break?
Yeah, I was going to address the committee
Okay.
and for the committee to decide
Okay.
what kind of break they want.
Okay.
We did double check that we are not time constrained by the boardroom. I was wanting to make sure another group wasn't coming in here. So the boardroom is available. I defer to the committee members if we want to do a short break or a longer break. Obviously, it is everybody. I'm seeing lots of short things, so 5 minutes or so. I'm not going to start the timer, but 5 minutes or so. This is a weighty topic. Really appreciate each of the committee members. I know I speak for the superintendent. That we really appreciate your commitment here today and the length of which you went to have a really thoughtful process. It's very appreciated. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will reconvene. Thank you. Thank you. And, just to restate a couple things as we go into our second book of the day, want to clarify just a couple of things. One, we are not videoing them live. It will be available, but that is in reference to our organization. But we will certainly have that available for everybody afterwards. A couple of things I just wanted to bring up from the policy is when the process of what we are doing here today is under the policy for the process for requesting reconsideration of non-state adopted materials, classrooms, and libraries. So the comment in the policy is that they may be in libraries, but they may be in classrooms, so it is all inclusive when we're talking about a title. Just wanted to make that super clear since that question did come up. There was also some various comments made regarding titles that are in reconsideration and not in reconsideration, and are informal and informal. So just want to add a little bit of clarity to that as well. On our website, it can be found under the Parents and Students Hub under Media Library. You will see the list of books that we have received formal requests on. Those are the books that trigger the process for immediate removal from the libraries pending the outcome of a hearing. Those are the only books in that space right now. And I just think it's important to, because you guys are all concerned citizens. And so I just want to add some clarity. And so we have had some policy changes which make it tough to kind of keep track of. And like I said, there will be changes again driven by statute. But right now on that list, you can see the titles that were pulled. No other titles were compulsory removed from schools. Any other titles that have been discussed were part of informal review. And in informal review, that is where we're asking the media specialist to review a title along with their principal and make a determination that's appropriate for their space. Keep in mind, might have a brand new media specialist trying to get used to the catalog in their items. So in that informal process, we're asking them to do review. If a title is pulled in that informal process or removed from circulation, it could be for a number of reasons. In some cases, it would have ended up on their natural weeding, meaning super old, never checked out, those kinds of things. Our little cherubs sometimes don't return their books to the library, and so sometimes they're lost and missing. And so sometimes if there is a change based on an informal, it could be for all of those reasons. So again, I just thought it was important that we're speaking the same vocabulary as we move forward. We are anticipating a change from the state that will not have those two separate lanes. So what I'm saying today is true today, but may not be true in a couple of weeks as we continue to, of course, monitor statutory changes. Anything that is related to the process like that, myself, Ms. Slack, we're happy to answer any questions either by email or call or after the meeting or anything like that. Just wanted to help, with that clarification. So with that, we are going to start book 2. So I'm going to get my list and go back to my chair.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm going to go back just really quickly to, I don't think I made it clear to everyone in the room. The vote was 3 to remove and 2 to keep, so it is a majority rule, which means this book will be removed from before our public schools. So that question was asked, and I felt it was important that the whole audience understood what the vote meant that we had a few moments ago and moving forward. So now the book reconsideration is for The Sun and Her Flowers. Same author. We are again going to give our petitioner 10 minutes if she so chooses to address this book. And she's going to speak to the committee. And again, we're going to ask that the audience be respectful and give her her time. And we will have Ms. Yep, thank you, Ms. Colby. Come on up. Thank you.
Ms. Colby, does the 1-minute warning work for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, whenever you're ready.
Hi. The Sun and Her Flowers. Okay, on page 17, I'm going to do it like I did the other one. I found pages 13 through 16 full of suicidal dark content that were not appropriate in a high school setting, especially for the younger kids who might need to talk to somebody and are a little upset reads this. I'll give you an example. She's upset about losing a boyfriend or adult husband, I don't know. I reached for the last bouquet of flowers you gave me. They're now wilting in the vase. One by one, I popped their heads off. I ate them. She goes into that one with a bang. The next page, 16, I stuffed a towel at the foot of every door. Leave, I told the air. I have no use for you. I drew every curtain in the house. Go, I told the light. No one is coming in and no one's going out. That's suicidal depression right there. That's not okay. This is okay if this is in an adult situation where you're counseling a child and the counselor gives the child this book, says with the mother, take the book, take the child, go home, read it, explain it, be with them. If they read this and they get upset, they need to have you with them, okay? The next page, page 17, you left and I wanted you still, yet I deserve someone who was willing to stay. This poor kid. Picture of the naked female. That violates the rules. Next page, 18. This is self-harm. I was a recreational cheer coach for 17 seasons. I encompassed maybe 1,700 girls during that time, some the same each year, some new. This, in my opinion, could lead to cutting. I spend days in bed debilitating by loss. I attempt to cry you back, but the water is done. Still you have not returned. I pinch my belly till it bleeds and lost count of the days. The sun becomes moon, moon becomes sun. Skipping down to the bottom. I want to rip my hair out over and over again till my mind exhausts itself into silence. Whoever reads this and feels that they need help, needs real help with a certified professional with a PhD after it. On page 20, remember, high school kids. In order to fall asleep, I have to imagine your body crooked behind mine, spoon ladled into spoon till I can hear your breath. Why would a child need to spoon with somebody to fall asleep? Adult content, page 23. I live for the first second in the morning when I'm still half conscious. I hear hummingbirds outside flirting with flowers. I turn over to wake you. Why would a high school student be waking with a man? It starts all over again, the panting, the wailing, the shock of realizing you've left. That's the first mornings without you. She's sleeping in a bed built for two. Why would a high school student be sleeping in a bed built for two, missing the person who belongs there? On page 27, it's an addiction. It seems to be an unhealthy addiction where somebody is dependent upon another, codependent. It talks about trying to leave. On page 27, I tried to leave many times, but as soon as I got away, my legs buckled under the pressure, panting for air I'd return. Perhaps this is why I let you skin me to the bone. Something was better than nothing. Having you touch me, even if it was not kind, was better than not having your hands at all. That means she wants hit. If I could take the abuse, I couldn't take the absence. I knew I was beating a dead thing, but did it matter if the thing was dead? When at the very least I had it, addiction. The picture shows an adult appearing to drop a child on the ground. Page 28, one sentence. You break women in like shoes. Now, I think I know what that means. A virgin getting defiled. Page 36, I remained committed long after you were gone. I couldn't lift my eyes to meet eyes with someone else. Looking felt like betrayal. What excuse would I have when you came back?
Mrs. Colby, I'm sorry. I'm interrupting you, but I did stop the timer. Please, no remarks to the speakers. We want to give that same courtesy to everybody in the room.
I thought it came from over
Appreciate
here.
it.
Sorry.
Thank you. No.
Sorry.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry. Page 37, when you plunge the knife into me, the image shows a man and a woman on top of each other, and there are knives, arms, legs coming out. I don't understand it. When you plunged the knife into me, you also began bleeding. My wound became your wound. Didn't you know love is a double-edged knife? You will suffer the way you make me suffer. Okay, that's not healthy. Page 40, page 40, I wonder if I'm beautiful enough for you, if I'm beautiful at all, if I change what I'm wearing 5 times before I see you, which pair of jeans will make my body more tempting to undress? Tell me, is there anything I can do to make you think? Her. She is so striking. She makes my body forget it has knees. That's enough. Page 42. Show me a picture. I want to see the face of the woman who made you forget the one you had at home. So this is about a married woman. This is not about high school. Did you enter her right as I asked the Almighty to grant you all you wanted? Did you find it in her? Did you come crawling out of her with what you couldn't in me? What draws to you? What draws you to her? Tell me what you like so I can practice. Page 45. This is a couple page I paper clipped together. I've got too many stickers on it. The blue made it really bad. Down to the bottom of 45. Tell me how love, how did the grieving feel for you? How did the mourning hurt? How did you peel your eyes open after every blink, knowing I'd never be there staring back? God. How many months did it take before you stopped thinking of me? This was just terrible. Did you still touch yourself to thoughts of me? Did you still imagine my naked, tiny, tiny body pressed into yours? Do you still imagine the curve of my spine and how you wanted to rip it out of me? Because the way it dipped into my perfectly rounded bottom drove you crazy. Baby, sugar baby, sweet baby, ever since we left, how many times did you pretend it was my hand stroking you? How many times did you reach for me in your fantasies and end up crying instead of coming? Don't you lie to me. I can tell when you're lying because there's always that little bit of arrogance in your response. I'm not reading any more of that mess. Page 65 is my next group of something. It says, why did you leave a door hanging open between my legs? Were you lazy? Did you forget? Or did you purposely leave me unfinished? Conversations with God, and it shows a woman with her legs spread. Okay, we're going to get to infanticide. We're going to skip some of the uncle comments. We're going to go to page 144, talking about dead babies. In 1790, from the country she came from, he takes the newborn girl from his wife. He carries her to the neighboring room. He cradles her head with his left hand and gently snaps her neck with his right. In 1890, a wet towel to wrap her in, grains of rice and sand in the nose. A mother shares the trick with her daughter-in-law. I had to do it, she says, as did my mother and her mother before her. 1990, a newspaper article reads, 100 baby girls were found buried behind a doctor's house in a neighboring village. The wife wonders if that's where he took her. She imagines her daughter becoming the soil, fertilizing the roots that fed this country. 1998, oceans away in a Toronto basement, a doctor performs an illegal abortion on an Indian woman who already has a daughter. One is burden enough, she says. That's one woman. This is anti-females. 2006, it's easier than you think, my aunties tell my mother. They know a family who's done it 3 times. They know a clinic. They get mama the number. The doctor prescribes the pills that guarantee a boy. They work for the woman down the street, they say. Now she has 3 sons. 12 hospitals in the Toronto area refuse to reveal a baby's gender to expecting families until the 30th week of pregnancy because all 12 hospitals are located in areas with high South Asian immigrant populations. So the female infanticide, it's just something she brought with her, but I don't know why our high school students need to dwell deeply in that. I have on page 181 an image that okay, there's words. The moon is responsible for pulling tides out of still water, darling. I'm the still water and you're the moon. And we got a woman eating the peach of another woman. Sorry.
Mrs. Colby, about a minute.
Yes, ma'am. On number 180, on page 184, it says, your voice does to me what autumn does to trees. You call to say hello and my clothes fall naturally. High school girls dropping clothes. Not good. Page 223 is my last thing on this book that I'm going to jump to. And it says, you want to keep the blood and milk hidden as if the womb and breast never fed you. Now it shows full nipples dripping blood, milk and vagina dripping what appears to be blood. So these are substances, these are fluids, and that's specifically called obscenity by the governor's law. So that concludes my discussion on how disgusting this book is. The good points to it are if you have a therapist and you can take your child to a therapist who's having experiences with these problems and they can handle it and she can read this stuff, or he, in their presence and know they're safe.
Thank you, Ms. Colby. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for public comments, correct, Dr. Sullivan?
Yeah, we have 12 speakers.
Okay.
Just to remind those 12 speakers, everything we've talked about today on civil discourse and appropriate responses. We are going to begin with Abigail Aguilar, Gregory Ross, followed by Donna Herring. Abigail.
Hello again. So I did want to point out specifically, I will touch on the book itself in just a minute. But when we were reviewing the last book, I know there was a little back and forth on what is actually banning and what is not. But I do want to remind the committee that this is the first step, and that yes, we are just talking about schools right now, but that books very easily do get taken out of public libraries. And I'm sorry, I'm out of breath. They even go as far as to not be published. And that is the problem that we're dealing with. So if you guys decide to remove a book from the school now, that is the first step to removing books from public libraries, which you guys are trying to fall back on to say that they still have access to, which is not going to be true in the future. I don't even know why we're reviewing the second book. I can understand the first book, but the second book with the suicidal ideation, I mean, that happens, I feel like, almost to everyone, some more than others, of course, but it is, for a lot of people, minor. And I did want to specifically point out the notes that I took. The petitioner admitted to not even understanding certain passages, so I'm a little confused as to why we're reviewing this book when it's not even fully understood in the first place. I just feel like we're challenging books pretty much for no reason. I can almost guarantee that most of us don't even want to be here. I don't know why these books are being challenged. When you can choose to take these books out of your kids' hands yourself, it just shouldn't, I'm so sorry. It shouldn't be a choice that you're making for everyone. It should be a choice that you make for your child, and that's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Gregory Ross.
Okay, so originally I was going to get up here and speak about the author and the impact they've had on for young women and immigrants and other things, but I feel a need to kind of not necessarily rebut. Let's discuss some of the things that were talked about in the first round. I heard two phrases consistently: not appropriate and too explicit for minors. Neither one of those is the standard. That is not the standard. The complete standard is must be appropriate, and this is the standard from the training, right, which really has no effect here, but let's go ahead, if we're going to use the word appropriate, because that's the only place where that word is found is in the training for media specialists. Materials must be appropriate for the grade level and age group for which the materials are used and made available. That's the standard. The standard is not appropriate. It's not the standard. Another standard used was too explicit for minors. Again, that is not the standard. The standard is written right here in the law, which I'm sure everybody on the committee is aware of, right? But let's look at those standards real quick. 847.012, harmful materials. Where this falls under is item number 3, and this has been changed in upcoming law. But as of right now, until July 1st, this is the law. A person may not knowingly sell, rent, or loan for monetary considerations to a minor. So first off, none of these library books have been sold, been rented, or loaned for monetary consideration. That throws this portion of the law out right here, right now. That's been changed. I'll admit that's been changed. Come July 1st, there's a different interpretation of that. But if you wanted to keep going with that, feel free. Feel free. It then goes on to talk about any picture, photograph, drawing, blah, 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 right? And which is harmful to minors. I know in the last book review committees this came up quite often, right? That's section A. Section B also talks about any book, pamphlet, blah, 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 any matter defined in 847.001, and that is harmful to minors. So how do we determine what's harmful for minors? That's in the law, right? 847.001.
Just under 30 seconds.
Which then goes on to use what I like to call a bastardized version of the Miller test, right? Taken as a whole is without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. Not all minors, for minors. That means if there's one minor it has value for, it meets the Miller test.
That's your time. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Donna Herring.
Good morning, for a few more minutes. I had mostly a comment about procedure, process, and inclusion with what's going on. I'm in District 2. My representative didn't choose to pick someone from our district to represent us on this committee. I feel disenfranchised as a result. But as I listen to the discussion about the books, and I've started reading the list of all the ones that are out for review, I see value in them. Not value for everybody, but I also found them deeply disturbing. As I read through those books, I am personally disturbed. They discuss things that are horrible and unpleasant, and I don't want to think about them. I don't want to think about rape. I don't want to think about incest. I don't want to think about depression and suicide, but they exist. And I don't think not enabling us to understand them is beneficial. When we talk about, well, you can learn it from a clinical book, we can take everything to Dick, Jane, and Sally, let's clean it all up. It doesn't have the same emotional impact. I could read a book that's a Dick, Jane, and Sally book, and it wouldn't make me want to throw up. It wouldn't make me lose sleep or cry. Some of these books have that effect on me. Being in this meeting almost has that effect on me, listening to some of this stuff over and over. It is disturbing. But I think our high school age kids in particular can handle reading something disturbing and not take it as a gospel. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Kelly Curvin, Carrie Tackix. Am I saying that right? I keep trying. Okay. And Samantha Curvin. Ms. Curvin. Actually, give me 1 second. Okay.
Sorry, I'm tall, so I gotta move it up. Like a previous speaker, I also scrapped what I was going to say about the author in the book, because after listening to the first round, I'm not sure that it matters. I'm not sure that the intent of the book matters, because the intent of the first book also didn't seem to matter. I can already pre-see that you're going to be reminded that the Miller test was made for adults. And while that may or may not be the case, it's subjective actually, it's the law of our land currently. And so it is what we use to determine whether or not material is explicit without reason. I heard some comments in the first round about parent responsibility in terms of opting out. I'm going to tell a quick anecdote. My sister is a gifted teacher in the state of Louisiana. State of Louisiana, the school that my nephews went to. It's a charter TOD school. And they had libraries set up by age group because it was K-8. Obviously, what's suitable for a middle schooler may not be for a kindergartner, so they separated it out. My youngest nephew is extremely gifted. He's savant, and he reads well above his grade level. So when my sister said, hey, he needs access to this higher level books, they said, well, you're going to have to opt into them. And she said, okay, well, give me the list. And they were like, what? She made them print out the list of every single book in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade and signed at the top, and guess what? He was allowed to read it. It's part of being a parent. Part of being a parent is knowing what's in front of our kids. Part of being a parent is knowing what's in a library. And part of being a parent is also trusting where you send your kids to school. If the argument is that you don't know every single book in a library, then the argument is that you don't trust the schools. And if you ultimately don't trust our schools, then looking at other options for schools may be in your best interest of your household. That obviously varies from person to person. I also heard conversations about curriculum that's taught in lower levels, and I'm going to embarrass my kiddo for a second. In the 6th grade, my daughter started her period at school. She didn't tell anybody. It's an embarrassing situation. We get in the car. She's sitting with her younger sister, who is very blunt, and she cracks a joke like, thanks, and said, ha, you can get pregnant. And my daughter went stone cold white and said, you're right. If I get raped, I can get pregnant. Where did she learn about rape? In the 5th grade during human trafficking curriculum. So don't pretend like taking these books from high schools are going to save our children from knowing what these concepts are. This book is about self-love and self-acceptance. And if that's a struggle for you, well, we're not on the same side.
The next speaker. Okay, you have to say it at least once for me so I can say it correctly. Takash. That's what I needed to know. Takash. I apologize for the many times I've said it incorrectly.
It's okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready.
Speaking on what was said earlier, that reviewing and pulling books for age appropriateness could potentially affect public libraries or the publishing of a book, that is not our problem. That's not why this committee or this process was created. We are here to discuss the availability of books containing harmful materials in Brevard public schools. Again, I would invite everyone here to watch May 30th's school board work session, where professionals from Life Recaptured discussed with our board the trafficking of children and how desensitizing them to sexual abuse and violence makes them more vulnerable to traffickers. One of the key points that Brandy Crisafulli made was having the teachers trained to recognize when this is happening to their students, not teaching little kids about it. Because when you desensitize them, they don't know it's wrong, and they're not gonna come tell you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Samantha Curvin. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, hello. Oh, wow, that was loud. Okay, so this book, The Sun and Her Flowers, this is an emotional story of reality. There are kids, as in like high schoolers, even middle schoolers. Did you know that there has been like dating in elementary schools? Now you know. So yeah, this could even happen to an elementary schooler. Some people can be manipulated. And in toxic relationships, when that person can make you feel like you're on top of the world and then within a second make you feel like absolutely nothing, you can't escape from that. 9 times out of 10, you're either too afraid to, or you don't know how. You don't know that it's wrong. You don't know without being told. It's like learning how to walk, learning how to talk. You may not realize it, but you're learning information every single day. And that helps your growth in knowing more. Humans are naturally curious. That's how the mind works. Because of this, we're constantly looking for new information, just information in general. And because of this, we learn. If you take away that aspect, you harm us as students. You harm me. You harm my friends. You put our future in jeopardy in that sense. To me, that's not okay, and it's not your say. It's mine. My future is not one that you can predict. It is my future and my tale to write. As well as, I would like to say for the information when it comes to libraries, I heard that bring up a lot. Libraries are not the best place for books. Why? Because if books are not being checked out a lot or not being well read constantly, they get rid of them, which means that libraries are not the full share of information because eventually those books will be gone. And if they're banned in other places,
Under 30 seconds.
You get rid of that ability to have books. It's problematic. As well as I would like to state that most percentages, about 66% of victims of SA are from 12 to 17 for the information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are John Bridges, Lindsay Roberts, and Katie Delaney. Whenever you're ready, I'll start.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is John Bridges, and I'm a teacher in this town of Melbourne that I have lived and called home for the past 24 years. I teach students of all ages, and I'm here to tell you firsthand that these kids are not afraid of books. These kids are not afraid of Drag Queen Story Hour, and these kids are not scared of their LGBTQ classmates. They are afraid of going to school, a place where they should feel safe, and being shot. Vieira High, Mel High, O'Galley High have all received bomb threats. You heard me correctly. And I am so tired of the adults in the room pretending that this is not the problem that it is. Books are not a threat to children in classrooms. The most dangerous thing a book can do is make you think. You're telling me that there are 15-year-olds that want to read books instead of mindlessly scrolling on Instagram and TikTok, and you want to take the books away from them? These are intelligent little people. They can make a decision on if they want to read Milk and Honey or The Sun and Her Flowers. These books are not part of the curriculum. They are just available in the library. And if they're reading something that you know has sensitive subject matter, you can talk to them about it. Use it as a time to open up communication with your child instead of punishing them for being curious. Do not ban books in this county. Open up a book instead. You might read something like, "Those who do not study history are doomed to repeat it." Need I remind you that in 1933, the Nazis banned books and burned them? These moms for liberty need to read about that. Even the word liberty is defined by Merriam-Webster as the power to do as one pleases, the power of choice, like the freedom of a child to choose a book to read. Basically, the opposite of what Moms for Liberty are trying to do. They have said these books are beautiful. They have said they are informative. They relate to the things in the book. The hypocrisy is palpable. I am stunned and disturbed by the petitioner who was fanning herself and getting steamy reading about child molestation and rape.
No.
These people need to understand that books are not glorifying and fetishing rape. These books are a warning. They are not erotica. The point is being lost on them. 1 in 6 women in this country are sexually assaulted, and in this room it sounds like the odds are even higher because of the number of people that have shared their past experience. In the 60s, these pearl clutchers were burning Beatles records. Media and books are
Mr.
harmless.
Bridges, that's your time.
Thank you. Talking to your kids about what learning is.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Roberts. Whenever you're ready.
Like those who have come before me, I too was going to talk about this book in specific, but I'm not even sure why it's up for debate at all, as I don't know how you could in any way make this about explicit content. I instead would rather also focus on some of the things I heard you people saying, because I'm just truly shocked. One, you keep saying that removing these books from the schools does not create barriers for the kids to have access to these books. But it does, because there is a member of this committee who is also on our public libraries committee actively trying to ban the same books. That affects me because I utilize the public library for my children's curriculum. So what becomes the barrier at this point is money. You are actively keeping books and resources out of the most poverty-stricken students in this county. Their parents aren't going to go buy them a book off Amazon that they couldn't get at their school library, period. I also want to talk about, I think that there's a very gross misunderstanding of poetry and how it works. So maybe just a quick little lesson here, especially for the petitioner to remove these books. This is not nonfiction writing. I think that's very important to understand. There's a very distinct difference between poetry and then a nonfiction type biography, if you will. I don't know the education level of those in this room, but I have taken master's level courses in poetry, and the interpretation of poetry is left up to the individual reader. So what Miss Colby interprets from her reading of this poetry is a very...
I'm gonna ask you to not mention people by name.
It's a very, that's just like she's reading it at its very basic level and not at all going into the levels that poetry demands of its readers. It is poetry. That just goes to further show you don't even know the books you're banning.
Guys, I'm gonna stop everybody again. And again, how we handle disagreement is important. And so we're gonna all take a deep breath. Okay.
I'd also like to reference the parental choice survey that the school board, this sitting school board, put out just a few weeks ago. Behind discipline being the #1 issue parents are concerned with, #2 and #3, which could easily be combined, were Moms for Liberty, which is the most ironic oxymoron ever, and book banning. Listen to the parents that you are meant to represent. They don't want you banning books. They definitely don't want Moms for Liberty endorsed people representing them because we don't feel represented by you. Period. Thank you.
Mrs. Delaney, oh, sorry. Mrs. Delaney, whenever you're ready.
All right. I thought that this meeting was to talk about this book rather than pick out every single person in the room or the audience or the committee members, what somebody might assume that they believe or think. But I guess I'm wrong. I'm just going to mention this because it was mentioned before. When the petitioner said, "I don't understand," they were talking about they don't understand why these graphic pictures are in this book. Exposure to explicit or violent sexual content at a young age can contribute to the normalization of unhealthy behaviors and attributes towards sex and relationships. Children are highly impressionable, and repeated exposure to inappropriate content can shape their understanding of what is acceptable or normal. potentially distorting their perceptions and influencing their behaviors. No one is saying that these topics shouldn't be taught to their children. Personally, what I'm saying is that I don't want my kids having access to these books unknowing to me without me there to support them. I want to be able to lead that within my child's learning. And sometimes that's taken out of our hands. Sometimes they hear something in school and now we're having that conversation at 8 years old. You know, it just is what it is. But it's our job as parents to protect them as much as we can. That's our number one job, to protect our kids and ensure that they are safe, happy, and healthy. And that's what I'm here to do. And you know what? A lot of you are right. There are a lot of kids who don't have parents that are able or willing to stand up here and get doxxed or get assaulted or a plethora of other things. And it is what it is, you know. Even though it's illegal, it's still happening. But
Just
I'm
under
gonna
30 seconds.
I'm going to fight for not only my children, but the innocence of all children. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Maribel Campos, Amy Raub, and Aiden McFadden. Mrs. Campos.
The authors of these books are marketing them as sex education, but it isn't. Parents and educators, don't be deceived. This is sex for sale. There's lots of money being thrown around to normalize sex, and our kids are the ones that are being targeted. We see it everywhere, everywhere. In the TV shows, movies, songs, we all know sex sells. The oldest profession in the world is prostitution, and they're coming after for our kids. We will stand in between our kids and these perversions. Some statistics according to the CDC and how these kids are being harmed with all this sex. Teens who have sex with members of the opposite sex are twice as likely to self-report attempting suicide, more than twice as likely to use marijuana, and 45% more likely to report overall poor mental health. These numbers are higher for teenagers who identify as LGBTQ. Although selling sexualized books to our minors is good business for Planned Parenthood and the drug companies, they 100% do not benefit our minors. Another point from the CDC, when parents engage in their children's school, children get better grades, choose healthier behaviors, and have better social skills. We are here to better our kids, not to bring them down. And also, parents, beware. Currently, right now, and this is a fact, in California, these books started in the library. Today, right now, they are currently being taught in the classrooms. So this is the next step, and it's a fact, I'm not lying. And next, also, so you're trying to tell me that if a middle-aged man is not aroused by these sexual material, then that it's also true that 18-year-olds and teenagers are also not aroused? I actually disagree with this viewpoint and opinion. These books are pornographic, and they do not belong in our libraries. Also, I would like to propose maybe one thing as well. If they are available in the public libraries, which they are, then absolutely there shouldn't be any room in our schools. You could get them in the libraries or in your stores. And again, that's your choice. You can read them to your children if that's what you want. But I disagree. They shouldn't be in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Campos. Amy Raub. I've tried it all too.
Hello.
Okay, so this book is funny. Like, are we kidding? Right? I mean, like, are you embarrassed that this one's up? I mean, like, she was just like talking about how like vaginas shouldn't exist or something. We're not allowed to write about those or read about those. What is wrong with a vagina? Like, I think the kids can handle it. And they're not all tiny kids. You'll see one day when they get old enough. But like, they need these books. Like, stop banning my kids' books. You don't want them. He had a perfectly good solution. You didn't like it though, because you want to ban my kids' books. Why? Why do you want to do that? You could always just not put them in public schools. Or parent and make a list. You know, you have options, but you're taking ours away. Doesn't make any sense. That's not liberty at all. Okay, it's fascism. Liberty for me and not for thee. That's you guys, okay? Book banners never go down well in history, ever. Okay, just remember that. All right, thanks.
Our final speaker is Aiden McFadden.
Hey, I already introduced myself.
Oh, hang on.
Is it on? Oh.
My fault.
You're okay. I really don't have much to say again, but as a student and a child at one point very recently, I know that this book is really nowhere near what I would even picture if someone said, like, something. It's just such an innocent and helpful thing to have these books for kids that want to experience them, and that, you know, those kids will get so much out of it. But just because of a few explicit passages, we have to take that whole experience away from a lot of kids who are still a minority, but you know, it's not nothing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public speakers.
Thank you all for sharing. It's now time for each committee member to have his or her opportunity to speak. Each committee member will have the opportunity to speak once each member has had his or her chance to speak, and all conversations seem to be finished. I will call for a vote. I want to remind the audience that it's time for the committee members to speak, and the public is to maintain decorum as previously stated earlier. I will call on each member, and again, we're discussing the sun and her flower. So I'll go to the other side of the table this time. All right, Michael, we'll start with you, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
perfectly fine. You know, we're gonna have a lot of the similar conversations that we had with Milk and Honey. Personally, I felt that Milk and Honey was even more, I'll say, weighty and impactful for addressing, you know, juvenile assault, juvenile molestation, juvenile rape, as well as a more pressing way to deal with depression, coming from that and dealing with that as an adult. I had a lot less flags in this book than I did in Milk and Honey. I felt like Milk and Honey was more just impactful and gut-wrenching, made you think a lot more. With that being said, The Sun and Her Flowers is, you know, leading from the character arc of Milk and Honey and addressing issues of childhood and progressing forward. there are some illustrations and references to childhood and the things that happened to the author during her childhood, but most of it is during her adult life. It's adult relationships. It is how do I deal with, for her, these men and or women, doesn't specify in some of the illustrations and poems. How do I deal with acceptance? How do I deal with breakups? How do I deal with loneliness, with longing, which are very valid things to discuss and talk about. But there again, there are several passages in here that are provocative because that's what it was to the author. Provocative because sexually stimulating because that's how the author felt. The author is being brutally honest with her audience, and though I can appreciate that, again, we have guidelines and statutes, and I understand the, a few passages mean we take away the whole book, and that's unfair. Absolutely, that is 100% unfair, because the content of any one of the books that we're going to review is going to be, there is going to be beneficial content for some people. It's going to happen. These in particular, there's a lot of beneficial content to some people, but we are guided by the statutes and laws that have been put in place. The statutes and laws, where everybody keeps throwing out fascism, authoritarianism, Nazis. We are a democratic republic. Go bring it down to the local level. The school board representatives were elected. I apologize for anybody who feels disenfranchised, and we had a conversation with our representative, every member of this group, whether or not we would be willing to review the content, review the statutes, see how they match up, and nobody wants to do this. This should not be a problem because we have statutes that are in place to prevent this from happening, to prevent content that is inappropriate for minors to come, I'll say harmful to minors, to stick to the wording of the statutes, keep that from actually coming into our library system. And yes, we should be able to trust that. We should fall upon that. That should be something we can rely on. But it's not in certain occasions, which is why we're here. We had a statement saying, what is the standard? And harmful for minors. For minors is the general statement. It's for all minors. And the definitions in the statutes, 847-001 are very explicit. The laws are in place for a reason. If we want different laws, we need to lobby our politicians to change them. The process for this book committee has been changed over the course of the past year. You can argue for the better or for the worse, but that's that was done through the democratic process. With regard to this book, there are a lot of passages that were mentioned from the petitioner that I disagree with, that are, I would say, okay to be in the public system, the public school system. When she talks about the decades through India and then again in Canada, where there are female infanticide and female feticide, that's a cultural thing that happens. That still happens. That still happens in a lot of South Asian countries. That still happens in I'll say East Asian countries, China. It happens here. Whether you like it or not, you can get an abortion based off of whatever justification you can, depending on the laws of your state. I understand that is a hot topic. I am not going to bring, we're not here to discuss the abortion laws, but that's something that needs to be discussed and need to be read about. That is beneficial for us to understand, the purpose of this. But there's also passages in here, page 181, the mood is responding to flowing tides, out is still water, darling, I am the still water, you are the moon. I mean, that's cunnilingus. That is a sexual act. And it's not even, poetry is up for interpretation. The illustrations are up for interpretation. I get that. We have to leave room for that. There is nothing left for interpretation on this picture. There's nothing. There's nothing left for interpretation. The 46 through 47. I mean, this is an adult female talking about an adult partner left and how that is going to be. You are going to miss me. All of what I gave you. Did you touch yourself with thoughts of me? Do you still imagine naked, tiny body pressed into yours? I mean, if that is not sexually explicit talk, then what is? We've been given guidance. The intent of the author was an adult audience. That's why it's marketed by the publishers to 18 plus. Again, I have less problems with. I have less amount of sexually explicit content in The Son of Her Flowers than in Milk and Honey, but the content of the book is directly towards adults and dealing with adult problems. And I believe that, I guess I'll just let that stand. We'll go back to a few more of the comments from the public. Libraries are purging books. That's absolutely true. So do the media centers. That's a whole part of the statutes is we review what content is old, what content is worn, whether or not they want to repurchase that content or not. So there's revolution of books throughout. The main reason why we're reviewing these books is because they're fairly new. Milk and Honey was published in 2014. So we're a decade behind, as you like to mention. Trying to catch up. But this is not against any individual. This is not against any minority group. This is not against any LGBT. This is sexual content as defined in our statutes. We can go down more, go down the statute and what is, we got, sexual-oriented material, sexual excitement, sexual conduct, sexual battery, which was mostly in the other book. And we're going to be reviewing a lot more books with a lot more of these type of material. And we've been given guidance by our legislation. The one person put together the statute, elected representatives did, and that is the guidance that we have.
I promise I will try and be much more brief than last time. Going into these meetings, both the first couple last year and now, trying very hard to do a couple things. One is obviously to take this seriously, actually read the books in their entirety, and approach this all with as open mind as I can. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the judge I can't judge myself. And to listen and interact in good faith with everyone. And I continue to try and do that, and also to assume good faith from everyone else, which has generally been borne out. I've said before, I've been pretty proud of how this committee's gone so far. It's a little tough with some of the excerpts that were read and the way they were interpreted to do that. I question whether anybody actually believes that reading about suicidal thoughts and somebody expressing their experience that leads to or causes suicide, or as was inferred, as implied, that is somehow pro-suicide. They wrote about suicide, they must be in favor of suicide. They wrote about infanticide and about the horror of it and the various ways it's shown up over the decades, and centuries actually. And you refer to that as anti-female. as though this book was somehow in favor of these things that the book itself is presenting as horrible. We're talking about crimes against particularly, things that women were coerced into, or that, particularly infanticide, as it tends to be practiced in modern day in certain parts of the world, very much, the infanticide is very lopsided in favor, is a terrible way to put it, but towards female children. And to read this and think that the book was somehow in favor of that, hard to consider that a good faith argument. Or the question of reading the passage about waking with a man or spooning, and why would a high school student do those things? Well, the book isn't written from the perspective of a high school student, and sometimes books are read by people, almost all books are read by people that are not the subject of the book themselves. I can still read The Hunger Games, although I'm not a teenage girl living in a post-apocalyptic, authoritarian, well, at least not the post-apocalyptic teenage girl part. So yeah, why would a high school student wake with a man? I don't know, that's not what the book's saying. I can read a book, I guess when I was in elementary school, all of my friends wanted to read Brian's Song. None of us were NFL football players. Why would we read that book? Why would we have gotten concussions from the football we never played? I want to assume good faith. I looked really hard for it. I tried. And the idea of suicidal thoughts, writing about suicidal thoughts, we referred earlier, and it's less in this book than the first one, writing about rape and so forth, as though understanding and being aware or confronted with these things was somehow the cause of them. Voodoo's not real. That isn't how things work. Poetry does not cause things to manifest in the universe. These are reflections, observations. Maybe, hopefully, it causes some understanding or empathy. Maybe it opens some eyes in some cases. And somebody mentioned the idea of having these books interfere with their child's learning, which is, again, trying to take that in good faith. I tried, but the presence and availability of a book on a shelf somehow interfering with somebody's learning while advocating for the removal of that book from everyone else's students, everyone else's kids' lives, which I'm going to argue is actually interfering, certainly limiting their options, certainly reducing the surface area of things they get to learn from. And talking about the innocence of all children, again, we are not talking about kindergarten here. And I wish we lived in a world where high school students were still so unexposed to the horrors of life that they could be innocent. We don't live in that world. There's so many of these things that I wish weren't concerns, but they are. It was also said that these books were being marketed as sex education. I mean, I don't know, I really need to address that. They're not in any way, shape, or form, and neither has even the Challenger said that, so that was just, odd. But, there was reference to, not statistics, but, it's been said that exposure to sexual materials, blah, 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 and that was referencing, second time by name pretty explicitly, a sort of for-profit, faith-based sex trafficking curriculum, which I'm going to go ahead and consider not an objective and authoritative source. Or the horror that some of these books are being taught in classrooms. Books in classrooms. Where will it end? More books in other classrooms? I don't know. Like many of the speakers, I could talk to the value and what I found terrific about this book. And again, this one in particular, a lot of humor. And again, things that, insight, things that would not have, the unknown unknowns, things that would not have occurred to me to think about because I haven't lived this life. This is, many of these experiences are so far from mine that there are questions I would never have known to ask, which again gets back to the, if there are kids that need to talk about these things, they should talk to their parent or their counselor. And again, if there are kids that don't recognize that they are kind of in the situation represented in these books, they're not going to go do that. And again, and I went into this, and I'm sorry again, at great length earlier, so I won't. kids who haven't experienced these things yet can find out too late, or they can be aware that there's a world out there that is not exactly like it is in their house or wherever they feel safe. And again, to take that away from them to actually interfere with children's education, with other people's children's education. And to call that parental choice is, again, I would love to find a good faith interpretation of any of that. And I just can't. I'm sorry.
I think that, sorry. Am I on? Yeah? No. Nobody's gonna hear me. You can hear me? No? I can.
Yes, you are on.
I am there, okay. I do want to thank you guys for your comments because I think both of you were very insightful. I think that, like both of you, this book I had less difficulty with. My flags on the bottom were a combination of ones that I had issue with and then the petitioner had issue with. But the flags on the top are ones that I, found where the author was quite inspirational and uplifting. I think with all of the topics that she fluidly moves through in her poetry, she has a way of highlighting and bringing inspiration to the reader. So I think that there is a lot of value to her texts. I think the one area of pause for me in this book, more so than the other, are her illustrations. I think even though they're line drawings, they were far more graphic in this one than her last. And so it just gave me a little bit more pause. If it were just her text alone, I think that I would have no issue just because, again, if you have a mature reader that has a lot of experience, I feel like I'm being too loud, then if you know, you know. And if you have a less mature reader, then they don't. And so the words have less meaning. But I think that when we're asked to look at whether an entire book has value, I feel that the text does. I was trying to look at and revisit, Michael, and maybe you can help me, but within the statute, is there something specific as far as illustrations? I know words, but does that fall under, on page 3 of 6, under 20? Under the 847-001? I'm looking under definitions.
Yeah, I don't think I have that with me, so Michael, do you have that?
So,
Solomon, okay. I'm trying to see if I'm on that.
It's something that we can come back to, but that was what I was trying to flip
yeah, if we can
through.
come back to it.
Yeah, to see if
There's a few spots that
was
mention it.
where one of my hangups were. But as far as the text itself and looking at value, I think that when we're looking at what children have access to, I think that the more controversial a text is, if controversial is the word that I don't think I'm really looking forward to or for, but words that make a reader think, it drives empathy in a reader. And if it's topics that they may not have experienced themselves, it creates in them the ability to interact with others better, whether it's anxiety, depression, assault. And when we take all of those away from them, then we're hindering the community and how a child grows. And so those are some of my thoughts that go with that text. But I think more so, I enjoyed what I read. I thought it was provocative. I like her style of writing as far as poetry is concerned. For my ninth grade son who's reading the Odyssey this year and a variety of different epics and other kind of poetry, he hates it. And when we have students that are assigned texts and AR curriculums where we remove from them what exactly they're able to interact with as far as literature and have a lot of guidelines, we stifle their desire to read a great deal. And I always try to look at that when I'm reading. It may not be my cup of tea, but it may be somebody else's cup of tea. So, anyway.
Before we go on, do you want to revisit that? Michael, did you find it? Dr. Sullivan has it.
Yes. So I guess to start off with 847-002, a picture or photograph, drawing, sculpture, motion picture, video, or similar visual representation or image of a person or portion of the human body which depicts nudity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement, sexual battery, bestiality, sadomasochistic abuse, and which is harmful to minors. And then additionally, in 847-001, line 18, where it's talking about sexually oriented material, means any book, article, magazine, publication, written matter of any kind, or drawing, etching, painting, photograph, motion picture, film, sound recording that depicts sexual activity, actual or simulated, involving human beings or human beings and animals, that exhibits uncovered human genitals or the pubic region in a lewd or lascivious manner, or that exhibits human male genitals in a discernible turgid state, even if completely or opaquely covered. And I'll just add on with that. Yes, there are some. I'll say there's some illustrations in words that I disagree with, that I believe fit within that definition. But the main portion of this book is the illustrations and depictions. That's what I'm having a problem with.
So, but with that, with at least the first one, it says for monetary consideration to a minor.
Yes.
But do we exempt that because it's not with monetary consideration?
As of today, it was made clear during the public arguments that the law has changed as of July 1st. So
Right.
today we are under the previous,
But we're
the current
under
statutes.
this current
Yes.
rent. And so, I mean, if we are following the letter of the law, which I think is important that we're following the letter of the law. And so that's good to know. And I think that we need to be respectful of the letter of the law.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I appreciate you finding it because, I think the words are valuable, but.
Okay, I will have to agree with all three of you. I enjoyed the book as well when I read it. I have no issue with the suicide discussion. I think that's a very real thing. Same thing with infanticide and the cultural norms of not wanting girl babies and wanting boy babies. That's a real thing that happens in our world, unfortunately. So I take no issue with those subjects being in there. Like Michael, it goes back to the depictions. I mean, very graphic. I mean, leaves nothing to the imagination of masturbation and oral sex. This is just, if it were just the words on the page, I want to honeymoon myself.
you could interpret that in multiple ways. But instead, we have a picture of a woman naked lying on the bed with her legs spread apart with her hands in between her legs. So these depictions alone, and then the moon is responsible for pulling tides out of still water. Darling, I am the still water and you are the moon. I would gather nothing from that, of this picture, if I were just reading the words. So the picture of the oral sex between the legs of a woman, those two things alone, for statute or not, I mean, I would not approve of this as a parent in a school library, as a taxpayer. That just would not be approved in my book. So for those reasons, I mean, just to touch on a little bit of some of the things that came up during public comment, we have age restrictions for reasons. We have the term minors for a reason. We have laws around minors. Our public schools restrict websites on the computers because there are things on there that in a public school setting, our children should not have access to. Now, when they go home, if the parents decide to let them have access to those online websites, that's the parents' prerogative. It's not the school's place to allow children to have access to these things. So the depictions that are in there, we don't allow kids to vape on campus. We don't, we have consent for movies that have a rating. The problem with a lot of these books is they don't have ratings, kind of going back to my premise of, if I, as a parent, can filter down the content of a book to know what's in them in the tens of thousands of books that are in libraries, okay. But then we go back to, I'm filtering for sexual content. Is that, again, explicit content has no place in a public school. I want to trust the schools, yes. I do have young children in public schools. And, having books that have this content in the public libraries now makes me distrust the system that allowed it in there in the first place. So to say that the parents have responsibility, I do take responsibility for my children. I do review what's in their backpack. And, I do look at what they read. I had to send a book back that my son bought in first grade at a book fair because it had inappropriate content for a first grader. So, yeah, it's easy to say parents have the responsibility, but then in the same breath, we turn around and say, but not all parents parent their children. So there's not a black and white to this. We have to err on the side of caution. We have to follow the laws, and we have to trust. We have to be able to have trust in our libraries. And unfortunately, we're here because somewhere along the line, content got in there that is arguably and very apparent that it's inappropriate for school-age children. So we can call it fascism, we can call it banning, we can do whatever, but we also, as a society, put age restrictions on things. And in a school setting, this book is not appropriate for public school. No matter the age, in my opinion, it's just not appropriate. And it's not our job here as a committee to save all children, as much as I would love to save all children from all the horrible experiences this life can throw at them. Our job is to determine whether this is appropriate for public schools. So we can get off on tangents of all those things. The job for us as a committee, 5-person committee, I am not one committee. I am not making these decisions on my own. I have an opinion, just like everybody else, and I respect your opinions. So my take is this is not appropriate. Again, it's a hard no. There's just no place in a public school for this content.
So there seems to be some question about the statutes. You pointed out the monetary consideration, but if you look at Section 5 of the same thing, it says an adult may not knowingly distribute to a minor on school property or post on school property any material described in subsection 3. The subsection 3 goes back to that thing. It doesn't mean we're talking about monetary consideration at that point. So this, in the subsection 3, it says, any picture, photograph, drawing, sculpture, motion picture, film, video cassette, or similar visual representation or image of a person or portion of the human body which depicts nudity or sexual conduct, sexual excitement, sexual battery, bestiality, or sadomasochistic abuse, which is harmful to minors, or any pamphlet, booklet, magazine, printed, however reproduced, or sound recording. I'm going to stop there because it's the same information. So, let me go back and look at sexual excitement. Sexual excitement means the condition of human male or female genitals when in a state of sexual stimulation or arousal, and I believe that's sexual arousal and stimulation. It also says it's drawings or etchings. So this material, even though it might be drawings that are not as explicit as a photograph, are still sexually exciting, sexually, according to this definition of sexual conduct, it qualifies. That's our statutes. That's what it says. That's what we're standing on today. We're not talking about bombings, and how we should be upset about that, because clearly I would be upset if someone was bombing a school. We're not talking about anything besides what our statute says and following the law of what it says right now, and that is what it says right now. We're not talking about monetary consideration. So I'm going to take some notes just because I didn't talk long last time, because I didn't think we really needed to be going into everything. Easily taken out of public libraries. Now that's a dig at me in case you're not familiar. I'm on a public library advisory board, which almost means nothing. I don't get to ban books. I don't get to decide what books are kept and gotten rid of in a public library. We do things like, we have a homeless problem, so how do we make sure the homeless people aren't living in the library? What kind of rules do we need to have in place? Things like that. There's no voting on getting rid of books in the library from advisory board positions, so we can just put that to rest, because that doesn't happen. Publishers, yes, publishers decide not to publish books sometimes. That still has nothing to do with the fact that this book's in our library and they can get it someplace else. If they stop publishing it, that means nobody wants to read it, so that's why that happens. But librarians also weed in our public schools. They weed the material all the time. If the books aren't being checked out, then they don't have a reason to keep them anymore. Because why would you, if we have 10,000 books, we don't want 5,000 of them, the ones that the kids don't even want to read anymore. And we talked about, someone was talking about they lose sleep and they cry and they throw up reading this material. And that's an adult brain. We're talking adult brain has that issue with this. What do you think these kids are doing? These are immature brains that we're putting this material in front of. If an adult has that problem, why are we doing it to kids? Do we want our kids losing sleep and not doing their work? That doesn't make any sense. It's an argument that I don't even understand why you'd make that argument. And no, we cannot know every book as parents, and we're desensitizing our kids when we see pictures of females playing with themselves in a book, and we see pictures like they showed of cunnilingus in a book. That's what we're putting in front of our children. That's what they think is okay and a good idea, and might be a good idea, but we shouldn't be putting it in front of minors as a good idea. That's just... And no, it's not book banning. You can say that a million times, all you want to. It's not book banning. When you take material that's not appropriate for a minor, out of their way, like harm's way, like we're talking cigarettes, we can talk alcohol, we don't ban those items, do we? We make them age appropriate. We don't say, oh, we have to get rid of all the alcohol because there's a minor. That's not what happens. We don't let the minors drink it when they're in the restaurant, right? It's age appropriate. They can still be around it, but they're not going to partake in it. How long did it take you to read this book? 30 minutes, an hour? So you think maybe a kid going into the library, even though mom said don't pick out this book, could pick it off the shelf and read it in 30 minutes? There you go. That's why it shouldn't be there. Here, let me have some more for you. And about this being serious literary work, well, that's up for question too. We have work is often knocked as being lowbrow or trite, or not in the rich tradition of serious poetry. Other criticisms include her work being formulaic, thank you. My mouth was going ahead of my words. Juvenile and attenuated, yeah. Lambasted her poetry as artless and characteristic by the open I cannot speak today because my mouth is now dry. Denigration of intellectual engagement and rejection of craft in favor of popularity and accessibility. Now, I'm not saying that this person and this is different, this is 3 different reviews, by the way, it's not one person. I'm not saying that all 3 of these reviewers are the only reviewers of this material because, matter of fact, my favorite poem came from this book. I love this poem, and I'm keeping this poem. And it has nothing to do with sexually explicit material. I'll share it. If I'm going to share my life with a partner, it'd be foolish not to ask myself 20 years from now, is this person going to be someone I still laugh with, or I'm still distracted by their charm? Do I see us evolving into new people by the decade, or does the growing ever come to a pause? I don't want to be distracted by the looks or the money. I want to know if they pull the best out, or the worst out of me. Deep in the core, are our values the same in 30 years while we still jump into bed like we're 20? Can I picture us in old age conquering the world like we've got young blood running through our veins? Called Checklist. Now, they had bedroom in there, but it's not offensive and it's not explicit, right? It's a beautiful poem. I've been married for almost 40 years. I love that poem. It's so true. But when you combine that with this, and that's against our statutes, we're done at that point. We already decided the statutes are what we're supposed to be following. Why do we have to keep having the same conversation when it's clearly against statutes? This is against statutes, period. If you don't like that one, we've got another one right here. Oh, I can't, did I actually, gosh, what page was that? Clearly, that's against statutes. It's against statutes. We're done. That's it. Done.
I'd also like to, we keep coming back to the intent of the author, and obviously poetry is up for interpretation. That's why you write in that genre. But the intent of the author for those 2 that Ms. Beavers just cited was, it's obvious her intent of those 2 poems. It's obvious her intent is to elicit a response to a sexual encounter, and I'll say a little bit of shock and awe. Now, that's honest from the author, presumably, but the intent of the author is clear, and it, yes, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, however many count of how many pages you can count that are against the statute can be disqualifying for a whole work, and that is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Now, as to the appropriateness of the content, obviously every parent in the room is going to have a difference of opinion. There are some parents who teach their children about masturbation. There are some parents who teach their children that sex is not a bad thing, that it is a good thing and should be, can be practiced or should be practiced earlier than other parents would suggest or allow. But that's not in question here. You can teach whatever you'd like under the roof of your own home, but we're using the statutes that were given to us as to what is appropriate for Brevard County Public Schools to teach. If a teacher were to pull this I want to honeymoon myself with the depiction up in class, that would obviously not be appropriate. That would obviously not be something, if a student were to draw that on a whiteboard, if a teacher, an English teacher says pick a poem and present it to the class, and they drew that depiction on the whiteboard, that would obviously there would be some consequences as opposed, with regard to the code of conduct of our schools. And it pains me because I have
not almost a whole hand worth of flags in this book. But per the statutes, is it disqualifying? And I would have to say yes.
Ready for vote? Okay, thank you, committee members. I'll call each committee member to give a verbal vote on the book, The Sun and Her Flowers, to keep or remove from the BPS school libraries. It's just the order I put it in. I'm not picking, I promise. Ms. Beavers?
Remove.
Okay. Ms. Hall?
Remove.
Ms. Diskin?
Per statute, remove.
Okay. Mr. Robb?
Keep.
Okay. And Mr. Howell?
Per statute, remove.
So that is 4 to keep. I mean, oop, that was wrong. 1 keep and 4 remove. So majority rules that this book will be removed from Brevard Public Schools.
5 minutes, stretch break.
Yes, I'm going to need it. Thank you so much. I know I keep drinking the water, shouldn't, but.
Thank you all for coming back after that break. Very, very short break. I'm going to turn it back to Mrs. Slack to go ahead and get started on our third title.
Okay. So I'm going to have to say this afternoon, we are here to now reconsider the book Homebody. This is our third and final book for this meeting for today. So again, I want to thank the community members who are here and remind everyone that we're going to respect each speaker and listen to everyone's thoughts, and then the committee will have their chance to discuss. So Ms. Colby has made her way. Thank you, Ms. Colby. And Ms. Colby, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. This one's a lot of stickers. Okay, I started this one with page 11. Sex is a way for people to transcend into each other and to come apart. A beautiful, earthy expression, but for me, sex was my girlhood dragged to death. He said we were going to play, then he locked the door, always locked the door, always chose the game. When I told him to stop, he said I was asking for it now, but what did I know about involuntary organisms and agency and consent at age 7, 8, 9, and 10? I altered that a little bit. It's child sex again, child porn, in a way that it's mentioned has no value to this book. I'm trying to use y'all's words. On page 14, I wrote personality disorder because, see, I think people need help, not just the words written. I think somebody needs something done. It says, my mind, my body, and I all live in one place, but it feels like we're 3 completely different people. That's schizophrenia. She needs help. Somebody. It's not funny. Page 24 has a rape sequence on it. Being molested as a child, child rape, has been the most confusing experience in my life. To learn sex without having any concept of it has messed me up in more ways than I'm aware of. To feel an orgasm so young, to have my life threatened, to be stretched, bruised, spit on, to become a woman at the age of 4, to know fear intimately, have it breathe down my neck, to be numb, stiff, silent, and own all the world's shame at once. Okay, under some of these rules, that number 20, page 24, this gets rid of this right there. We can do this one fast. 26, rape again. I had violence, self-harm leads to cutting. A lot of the cheerleaders had issues with that. Let's see. I want to be snapped, cracked, hammered into. I want to open where I'm closed, find the secret door, let it out of me. I want something to hold me by the neck, split me down the middle, and make me feel alive again. I don't want to be numb anymore. Sounds like it's self-harm, violence. Number 31, what did I find there? 31, there's whole blackouts in some of the years I have lived. My therapist says our minds erase trauma, but the hungry little demons from my past came raging out of my flesh, screaming, "Don't you forget us. Don't you ever try to leave us behind again." This makes me think that this person feels no hope and that there's no way to fix what's wrong, which again, in a high school situation, if you have someone that has this problem, they're going to feel hopeless. There's nothing that's going to come out of it that's good. Nothing. Page 36 has, I am not broken because of the depression. I am not a lesser version of myself because of the anxiety. I am a whole, complete, and complicated person, full. That has a lot of almost intrinsic value to it. You just have to be with the person that's hurting when they read this. I mean, that would be really bad if they were on the borderline of doing harm to themselves. Number 38 is rape by family members. No, maybe not. Oh, 39. 38 and 39. On 39, it says, imagine what we can accomplish if we didn't have to spend our energy protecting ourselves from society's rapist problem. And it shows all little girls. All little girls. Which could lead you to think that little boys don't have these problems, but unfortunately they do. Number, where'd I go? Homebody number. I didn't have as much on homebody written because I'm going to be talking about it. On page 52, we have the standard, let's see, violence. I have difficulty separating abusive relationships from healthy ones. I can't tell the difference between love and violence. It all looks the same. That's not true, and I think people need help. These seem to have that same theme. Page 57, this one, it's bad. Let me see where I can read that it's not too bad. Okay. Everything dulled in comparison. Now you're back. Body spilling all over my floor. Body spilling. He's talking about sperm, begging me to crush you with my thighs, pull you into my hips, transcend you into heaven with my pussy. That's called consequences. 58. Or is it 59? Oh, it's 59, I'm sorry. It says I'm leaving because I'm not happy here. I don't want to reach the end of my life, still having doubts about the man I've been with since my 20s. Adult material, adult situation. I don't know what a high school kid's going to get any value out of that. Absolutely not. I went to page 72. I'm skipping because, I mean, we've done some of these same words over and over. 72, it says a man can't give me anything I can't give myself. Then on page 73, it says masturbation is meditation. The pictures are appearing to be waves, which I guess occurs. Page 74, it says, in a world that doesn't consider my body to be mine, self-pleasure is an act of self-preservation. When I'm feeling disconnected, I connect with my center. Touch by touch, I drop back into myself at the orgasm. Yeah, we're going to avoid that one. That violates it right there. Number 70, page 77, I wrap my holy legs around his heavy head and let his tongue swim towards salvation. And that's called baptize. Never mind. Number 79 has my other favorite, not favorite word with a picture of one. It says, look me in the eyes when you're down there eating for your life. I want you to see what you do to me. Just has the picture of a hairy adult female area. Page 81, my body is so hot from wanting you. I'm spilling, again spilling. She uses that word a lot. I'm spilling by the time we take our clothes off. I want the kind of love that transcends me into another realm. I want you so deep. We enter the spirit world. Go from being gentle to rough. I want eye contact. Spread my legs to open ends of the room and look with your fingers. I want my soul to be touched by the tip of yours. I want to come out of this room different people. Can you do that? Man, you can do that. Yeah, he can do that. I skip ahead to page 133. A lot of it's repetition. 133. I fell from the mouth of my mother's legs. into the palms of this world with God herself raging in me. That offends me as a Christian. It offends me as a female, and offends me as a mother. I had 6 children, and not one of them fell from the mouth of my legs, and I'm offended that a scum would put those words here. Number 134 is violence. I paid in blood to be here. I paid with a childhood littered with bigger monsters than you. I've been beaten into silence more times than I've been embraced on this earth. You haven't seen what I've seen. My rock bottom went so deep, I'm pretty sure it was hell. I spent a decade climbing out of it. My hands blistered, my feet swelled. Skipped a little. I've been hunted, killed, walked back to earth. I snapped the neck off every beast that thought it could. And you want to take my seat, the one I built with the story of my life? Honey, you won't fit. I juggle clowns like you. I pick my teeth with fools like you for fun. I have played and slept and danced with bigger devils. This sounds like me discussing some political controversy. I don't really know what it's doing here. Has nothing to do with the whole theme of this book. 148 is racism. We have here, no one on this planet is more denial than the white man, who, regardless of all the evidence in front of him, still thinks racism and sexism and all the world's pain don't exist. That's a problem. 150, I think it's, well, I'll read it. I'm not interested in a feminism that thinks simply placing women at the top of oppressive systems is progress. I think that's selective educational learning, in my opinion. Now, number 159 has more content in it that is involving the word pussy. Twice, it says, "Oh, but the pussy is brave, lest we forget how much pain the pussy can take, how much pleasure it delivers unto itself and others. Remember how it spit you out without a flinch? And now here you are using the word pussy." That's 3 times, like an insult when you're not even strong
That's
enough to be
your time,
one.
Ms. Colby. Thank you.
No picture on that one. Thank you.
Just going to press on.
Yes, ma'am.
We have 10 people signed up to speak. The first 3 speakers are Abigail, Gregory, and Kelly. Just moving on to first names now.
Absolutely.
We've spent the day together.
We have.
Yeah, Abigail's gone.
Okay, Gregory.
Again, I'm just going to ramble here because I want to address some of the things. First thing I want to say, Ms. Colby, thank you for getting up here. It's brave to get up here and do what you're doing. I want to put that out there. So I've talked about your guys' kind of legal responsibility, what could happen if you disobey your civil liabilities. And we've talked about the Miller test a little bit, but I want to address first thing, getting back to what one of the board members talked about, 847.012, and you talk about section 5, right? Which brings you back to subsection 3. First, I'm going to disagree with you that it's only talking about subsection 3A and 3B. It doesn't say that. It says subsection B. But even if we did that, even if we followed that logic that we throw section 3 out, right, and we go to section 5 reverts back to section 3. And section 3A and B, both of them end with "and which is harmful to minors." Both of them. 3A, "and which is harmful to minors." 3B, "and that is harmful to minors." So that means anything you're looking at has to be harmful to minors if you're going to follow the law. Harmful to minors. It's right here, right? As we talked about, the kind of whittled down Miller test, section C, taken as a whole, is without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. Again, I'm going to disagree with one of the committee members. It doesn't say for all minors. It says for minors. That means if one minor finds it has value, then that piece of literature should stay. Now, why am I talking about this? Real quick, I'll tell you why. Precedence. The precedence you guys set here today is going to determine how you're going to do the rest of these book reviews. And you got a ton of books coming, and it's not going to end well. You're going to open the door to, I don't find this appropriate. somebody doesn't find it appropriate, they're going to do a formal complaint on it. You're opening up the doors. And so understand what that means, right? That you guys need to either follow the law or set a standard here, right? What is that standard you guys are setting? If you're setting the standard as not appropriate, that's bad news. It's bad news. Your standard better be harmful to minors. Now, the last thing I want to say is, all of this doesn't matter. None of this matters. You guys can do what you want, okay? That can go both ways, obviously. You can do what you want. You don't have to follow this law. This is for the board members. The board members have to follow this law. You guys don't. You're free to choose however you want, okay? But remember, whatever standard you set, whatever precedent you set is going to be used from here on out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kelly.
So much like my last comment, I'm not going to talk specifically about the book because, again, I don't think it matters. I think that the committee has shown very openly who is more closed-minded than not. I think what you've done today with the first two books is harmful to minors, not the books themselves. I don't necessarily know that you understand the effects these choices are going to have on our children. I'm going to expand a little bit on the speaker before me and his comment about precedents. Precedents isn't just sexually explicit material. And the statute is very clear. It has to be sexually explicit and harmful to minors, not or. It's and. You either follow that or you don't. And if you don't follow that, that's one thing. That's a choice. You can do what you want. But look at the other counties in the state of Florida. Look at the lawsuits that are happening, specifically out of Escambia, where a major publisher, Penguin Random House, has come in and said, no, we're not standing for this. And when they win, and they will, Simon & Schuster will follow. St. Martin's Press will follow. Henry Holt will follow. Every major publisher is watching Escambia. And do you know who else is in trouble in Escambia? The very members that sit on the committee voting against these books. You either follow statute or you don't. And if you don't follow the statute, which you just did not do for either book, which are not harmful for minors, then you are opening yourselves up personally in ways that I don't necessarily know that you understand that you have. We have organizations, legal organizations, who are already in our county, who are already collecting names and stories, not just from parents, but our minor children, who are ready to file lawsuits and say, constitutionally, their rights are being trampled on. That's what you've done in Vote 1 and Vote 2. I understand we can have a differencing of opinions. I'm not a lawyer, neither are you. In fact, I actually asked, why is there not a lawyer present? Because if we're going to look at statute, if we're going to interpret it the way we think we should, there should be someone here with a legal background who can clarify what statute is and statute isn't. And to be fair,
under 30 seconds.
I firmly believe that if you cannot read a statute and understand that when it says A, B, and C, it means A, B, and C all together, I question whether you should be on a book review committee. I understand I sound passionately. I'm not angry with you. I'm angry on behalf of the students that you harmed today. My daughters, you met one, you'll never probably see the other, she doesn't speak. Our kids deserve better than what you've done to them tonight.
Our next three speakers are Carrie, Samantha, and Lindsay. Carrie left the room. Samantha?
Hello. Oh, not as loud that time. Getting good at this. So, about the book. If you say that someone who relates to this book needs mental health, yeah, you're right. They do. They need that mental health. They need help and support for what they're going through. But if you remove the book, how are they going to see the book? How are they going to relate to it? It's not like everyone has access to a car. Not everyone's parents are not busy 24/7. Some people have working parents, both of them, 24/7. One of my cousins, 2 of them, younger than me, both mom and dad work. Do they always have to have that? Not every time. Sometimes both parents are back, but most of the time, they're not. So they're being babysat. They're not always going to have access to books. Schools can provide that kind of access easier than just not having it at all. Also, this book is important because it not only shows like the mental state, but also some of the psychology behind, well, being in this kind of situation, which is not a pleasant situation to be into. Let's be realistic here. This is more of a manipulative relationship that became toxic, and once it's broken off, this is the aftermath. This is an author showing and telling people who have never experienced it the aftermath, what this can lead to, the PTSD and the scars. They don't fade. Physical scars fade, not mental. Mental scars take a lot longer to vanish. So, on that note, I lost my place. How about that? So I noticed that y'all were talking
30 seconds.
how artwork can be blah, blah, blah. It's like portrayed differently. And that's true, but also literature can too. It can mean different things. It's all individual. It's not a group thing. Some people may have the same, some people don't. Okay. Also, well, I don't have much time. I would just start ranting, but oh well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lindsay, followed by Katie Delaney.
You gonna come up here? Okay. So I heard mention of the theme of the book, and I'm not sure. The reporter kept talking about excerpts of this book not being in line with the theme of the book, and I think she may have not read the book, because this is the author's description of the theme of the book. After feeling disconnected for so long, my mind and body are finally coming back to each other. Take no misunderstanding that this book is about trauma and the mind's effects of it, and how you heal from that trauma and what it does to you for the rest of your life. We are talking about a 4-year-old child who was taken advantage of sexually by a family member, no less. And she had the bravery to write not 1, not 2, but 3 books about it. And this one is the culmination of the other 2. This book is the mental healing that she endured so that she could step into the world to help other people endure it too. I don't know the histories of all of you, but based on some of the comments that I've heard, I don't believe that there are very many, if any, in this room who were sexually assaulted at 4 years old. So you can't speak to what that is like. You have no understanding of it, but this woman does. And there are children who are sexually assaulted at 4 who have read this book and experienced healing from it. Also, just to clarify, that one poem was not about schizophrenia. But, I don't even know how you get that. But a few quotes of a few poems from her that I would like to read from her own book. You can't quiet a woman who was born muzzled. You cannot quiet a woman who was born muzzled. It shouldn't affect anyone what we do with our bodies. That's to include our minds, which is what is up for debate here when you're talking about banning literature. It shouldn't affect anyone what we do with our bodies, least of all those who have not walked a day in our shoes. Yes, baby, I hear you. You look tired, he says. I turn to him and say, yeah, I'm exhausted. I've been fighting misogyny for decades. How else do you expect me to look? And with that, I believe that a lot of you that are for banning this book are all victims of misogyny and the patriarchy. I don't necessarily hold you in contempt for this, but I do hold you accountable. I am so thankful I didn't have a committee of people who were in no way accurate representatives of me as a teenager and young adult, banning books they thought were out of my scope of understanding and maturity. How insulting to assume teenagers are incapable of deciding for themselves what they want to read. After all, I'm sure they all have access to social media, which has far more measurable statistics in the way of mental harm for minors than any book could ever. You're simply deluding yourself if you believe your kids and all kids haven't already had access to this and materials far worse.
Our next speaker, Ms. Delaney, she's, okay, no worries. Ms. Campos as well is not in the building. Okay. Amy Robb. And then Amy will be followed by Aiden McFadden, our last speaker.
Okay, so let's start with, I want kids reading these books. I'm a parent. Parental choice, I want kids reading these books, not just mine. But also, this may come as a shocker, but I don't want my kids to be like you and yours at all. I want my kids to be the opposite of someone who wants to take freedom away, So you're not speaking for me. Stop trying to control the thoughts of our entire next generation, please. Let them have their own. And we do not need, as society at large, okay, we don't need to coddle your Christian nationalist children. That's your job. Once you send them out, we don't have to play in that game with you. We don't have to do that dance. We don't believe the same stuff you do. And that public schools for everyone. And when you're like, oh, this could help a child, I think that somebody on the committee said to Florida Today, I realize this book could help the child, maybe a child, but. Well, every student, no? That includes mine, not just yours? This whole thing's embarrassing. All students, not just prudes either, these kids are having sex. These kids are, and to hold up the picture of the hand-drawn body with the little zigzag to make pubic hairs, and we're gonna say, boys, when they read this, it's gonna be different. Well, they can draw. I could draw it for you right now. We're gonna ban it because of little ziggly lines. Are you kidding? What country is this? And please stop talking so much if you're just gonna freaking ban it. You're wasting everyone's time, really. I know your intention, we all do. Okay, we've watched the other meetings. We know that you're blah, 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 and then ban. So just do it, really. All right, thanks.
Aiden. Whenever you're ready.
Hey, I would like to piggyback off what my mother said. I think it's just ridiculous to look at that picture and see it in an inappropriate way. I mean, even though the body is unclothed, it might be 7 lines on the paper, no detail, and it's just jarring to look at that. And I looked at that and was like, wow, that's why we're here. This book. That one page was about schizophrenia. That's it.
That's it for our speakers, Ms. Slack.
Okay, thank you. So it is time for the committee to have their open discussion. The same rules procedures we've been following will continue with this discussion of the book Homebody. I'm going to open the floor this time. Anybody want to go first? No. Sherry, thank you. Is that right?
Yep, Sherry Lynn.
Sherry Lynn, thank you.
I guess I would like to address a couple of the things the speaker said, and Dr. Sullivan, maybe you can answer. In regard to the statutes, I do want clarification, and because if it is "and which is harmful" to minors, I think that is important, because that's a very big thing, because if I misread it or misunderstood it, that does need to be clarified, and it would be important for council to be here in terms of
Our council has legally weighed in on that specific topic and said, yes, both things would be true based on this single statute.
So that "and" is
correct.
Okay. So
he has weighed in on that.
Okay. So
again, we're just considering multiple statutes. So just in reference to that one statute.
okay. So then
And I can certainly get counsel if you guys have any additional questions.
Well, I think in relation to my vote last, probably have been an error. But as far as, and I appreciate that, Dr. Sullivan, this text, I enjoyed all three of them. I felt that it was a culmination and a real growth for her, to finally, I guess, free herself from the trauma. But again, if we look at my flags, there were so many good things that she had to say in terms of you are lonely, but you are not alone. There is a difference. Just a lot of wonderful takeaways that the reader can bring with them. The petitioner and the points that she weighed in on. The one that I'd like to speak to with page 52, where she said, I have difficulty separating abusive relationships from healthy ones. I can't tell the difference between love and violence. It all looks the same. Made the comment that because her experience is not true, then it should not be available to readers. Feeling that way for yourself and feeling that that isn't your experience, I'm glad that you don't have that experience, but it doesn't mean that other people don't, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't allow people to have that feeling and read and identify with that. Different poems, page 133 where you were offended, page 134 where you felt that it was racist, page 148 where you said that it was SEL. I didn't necessarily agree with those. And again, having an opportunity for people to read and have different interpretations of the literature is partly what poetry and literature is about, and the different takeaways from that. So I don't really have objections to this book. So.
We've gone through the statutes. We've gotten clarification, and every meeting we have, and this is our third meeting of today about a third book, we're going to go over the statutes over and over again, and that "and" is very important. And C is, what's mentioned most often. Taken as a whole is without serious literary, artistic, political, or or scientific value. That's where everybody stops reading. The last two lines of that statement is for minors. For, and minor is any person under the age of 18 years. I would, you can have your opinions about what is what is of serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, but we have to apply this to minors. And minors is, anybody, any person under the age of 18. That's who we have to consider. We also have to consider, you can't write, unfortunately, we're talking about the statutes again, you can't litigate for every single person. There's going to be generalities. We've experienced those today. From the book perspective, I felt like the author did a lot better with the art on page, in terms of interpretation and in ensuring that it is not illicit. Page 25, there is a depiction of a female, presumably naked, but no detail. That is appropriate. If that type of art was present in some of the other poems in the other books, we would be having a very different conversation than we are right now. For page 37, I'm loving myself out of the dark. You see the depiction of a seemingly naked body. You can assume a gender, but it's coming out of a dark place. That is a wonderful depiction and very well complements the part. And the author did do all of the illustrations for these poems. So, the illustrations that are associated with poems was author intent. Page 61, it took me getting into a healthy relationship to realize I shouldn't be scared of the person I love, and it's two people holding each other. That is appropriate art depicted for a very, very complex issue of human relationships. And I agree with the standard is not appropriate because everybody has an opinion about what is appropriate. It's about what the statute says, harmful and of value for minors. The publisher doesn't think it should be, it markets to 18 plus. Is anything that is available to adults beneficial? Is anything that's available to marketed to adults beneficial to minors? You can make that argument over almost anything you say, but that's not what we're talking about here. Is it a value for under 18? There's things that we can take into consideration. We all have our experiences. We all have our values. I am not going to stand here and cite the Bible as a reason why we should take something off the shelves. That's not what we're here for. But whatever my moral views are, whatever my views is not in question. It's a question of how does the material stack up against the statutes. When the statutes get revised, which they have, we'll see what that comes out in July 1st. That's when we can change our course and change our decision. I guess I'm done with this first one. We're all here. We're not here under duress. We were asked by our board member to be here. Whether we knew the civil risks or not, we have decisions to make. We're making them publicly. We're having these discussions publicly. I got into this knowing the risks, and it's unfortunately that through the judicial process, if our decisions are overturned, that's wonderful. That's exactly how that's supposed to go. So if there's issues with this, then there's other means to overturn what we've said. So.
I guess, right, no, and I appreciate that. Mr. Gibbs, with the images, with 847.012, and things of that. So it says, and which is harmful to minors. So the and is, I mean, when we were looking at it, I guess that just seems to be just the big caveat, I guess, for me. Because a picture of a naked woman isn't necessarily, or a line drawing, I should say, of a woman. Wouldn't necessarily be considered harmful to minors when, so I guess that's where I'm.
To satisfy the statute, it has to be and harmful to minors.
And harmful to minors.
Did you look at the definition of harmful to minors? I can give it to you if you would like it.
Which is, I've got all of the, right, I've got it down. Okay. When it, so just, I'm just going to read it aloud so that everybody, so harmful to minors means any reproduction, imitation, characterization, description, exhibition, presentation, or representation of whatever kind of form depicting nudity, sexual conduct, or sexual excitement when it predominantly appeals to a prurient, shameful, or morbid interest, is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what is suitable material or conduct for minors, and taken as a whole is without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. So that harmful to minors is the Miller test.
Yeah, it has to satisfy all three.
It has to satisfy all three in order to.
But it says
okay.
In regards to minors. So when you were talking about harmful to minors.
Correct.
The Miller test didn't mention, I don't believe, minors.
Yeah, I believe, I mean, the for minors is what's in question. I believe we all have publicly stated that it has literary, artistic, political, and scientific value. It's the for minors. The for minors is what sticks me to it.
Oh. Okay, no, go ahead.
Well, yeah, so if anything, with these books and with a lot of the comments that we've heard from minors, these books have, to the degree that we're weighing their value, which I hope we are, greater value, literary, etc., to minors than to adults. Again, I got things out of it. It was interesting. It was enlightening, etc., etc. It didn't, save my life, change my life. Oh my God, that's me. It's not written for me. It has. If we're talking about the value in this case, the value for minors far greater, as far as I'm concerned. Also, by the way, this book, I think unlike maybe both the others, at least one, this isn't actually marketed as 18 plus. This is 13 plus per the publisher. So if that helps you out at all. So, I don't know, I could rehash a lot of what's already been said. I had a hard time finding good faith in the arguments with the last book. It was much harder this time, frankly. I also don't know what value a high school kid could get out of really fascinating misinterpretations of a few passages of this book. And I think there was some truth-telling in there at least. Can't believe this scum would put those words there. Was telling, because babies don't literally fall from the mouth of my legs. Legs also don't have mouths. Also Superman, not real, but those books still exist. I don't know. Not everything is literally true, particularly in poetry. And calling out anti-racist and feminist empowerment content as problematic, again, quiet but out loud, thanks for that. And this is where, a lot of this goes. Not here yet, but we certainly see in other counties in Florida. We start with the big showpieces where you can read the dirty, quote-unquote, pornographic parts. But then, among those hundreds of books in Escambia County and so forth are, oh no, 2 penguins. Somebody has 2 dads, 2 moms, whatever. That's where this leads. And again, the fact that there are schools which have pulled Ruby Bridges' book, and sort of grateful for some of that to be actually said out loud here today, so we can't pretend that's not a subtext here at all. Harmful to minors. I'll keep saying what I've been saying all along. It's a book, yes, there are some line drawings. Helpful to minors, valuable to minors. I think very much so. And again, if, like I said, if, in good faith, there have been arguments that, say Milk and Honey, which we're already done with, but was, if we were talking about whether it's harmful to minors, and that might be should be judged by a different standard than that for adults, fine. But some of that same content is also exactly why it is valuable to minors, because, what we were talking about earlier with people recognizing situations they're in or feelings they're having and gaining an understanding of them at a young age. That's where the value is for the minors. So if we're doing that balancing test, if we're looking at the Miller test, I would argue, and again, my opinion, that the value of these books weighs heavily in favor of minors. And if we're really looking at all 3 prongs of the Miller test, I mean, to me, this one is such an easy keep, but I don't actually expect the vote's going to go that way, but I'm fingers crossed. A boy can dream. That's all I've got.
I'll go. This one definitely did not have quite the content that the other 2 did. The depictions are not as graphic as the others. Again, I relate to the words in the book. It's not a bad book. It is. I would not give this to a 13-year-old, given the content. But given all that, for the majority of it, I think I maybe have. I notated more pages than were really concerning, but I checkmarked the ones that were concerning, and I probably have four pages that are concerning to me to have in a public school. So setting a standard for inappropriateness, the standard is sexually explicit inappropriateness. And when we are getting into talking about each time I showed you a piece of heaven, it was warning. Every stroll we took through the garden of my life, all the flowers that bloomed for you, the peacocks that sang your name were a sign. Yet after seeing all my magic, you hit your head and lost it, went and scattered yourself around across this town, thinking if you were lucky enough to taste me, you'd get your hands on something better. Everything dulled in comparison. Now you're back, body spilling all over my floor, begging me to crush you with my thighs, pull you up into my hips, transcend you to heaven with my pussy. And it goes on. And there's another passage about, talking about pussy. We don't allow the kids to speak this way in the schools. I mean, they can't just go around and call people pussies and, they're not I'm sure they do.
But they do.
I'm sure they do. But is it acceptable?
But they're...
Is it acceptable?
Reality acceptable? It's still reality. We can pretend. We can bury our heads in the sand and pretend all sorts of things, or we can deal with reality as it exists. Even if we don't like it, it's still there. That's the weird thing about reality.
The reality is, are there rules in the policies of BPS that do not condone foul language, derogatory comments like pussy, slurs, racial slurs? We don't allow these things to be said out loud. And then, I wrap my holy legs around his heavy head and let his tongue swim towards salvation. You know, you can argue that a child that's not, like you said, you know, not as well versed, you know, they're not sexually active or they don't know those things. That may not come to mind because there's no graphic. Look me in the eyes when you're down there eating for your life, and then we have a picture of a woman's bottom side. So I want you to see what you do to me. So again, we're talking about sexually explicit passages. And again, the word pussy to me is vulgar, you know, and I wouldn't use that word. And that makes me a Christo-fascist or whatever you want to call me. I'm sorry. I'm not prude. I don't use the word because it's vulgar. Do I believe that curse words in books should be banned? No. Curse words are, you know, but we're talking about sex with pussy in a book in Brevard County Public Schools. And, you know, again, that's just inappropriate in my book, setting a standard. You know, there's standards that we can set outside of laws, you know, as a public school, you can set your own policies. They don't always have to be to the letter of the law. And laws change, and laws are amended for these reasons. So, yeah, harmful to minors, sexually stimulating. You know, I don't want to get into studies talk, but, you know, sexually stimulating things create a dopamine response in the brain. And when you take adolescents where their brains are not fully developed, and I mean, we have so many sexualization things coming at our children at every angle. We cannot avoid all of it because it is so prevalent in today's society. But this is something we can control. We can control what's in our school libraries, what's available to our children. And, you know, that's, to me, to have it available in a school public library where parents are not present. Again, the parent comes into play here. Parental rights do not go one way. Parental rights are for, you know, everyone. And
then by all means, that would be great. So let's leave a choice to some parents and not take it away.
We are the parents, and we're making the choice today. So the appropriateness of having the book in the public library or public school libraries is inappropriate, in my opinion.
All right, let's talk about the obscenity laws. And it says a person may not knowingly sell, rent, or loan monetary consideration to a minor, and then we have the rest of it. When you go down to 5, it says an adult may not knowingly distribute to a minor on school property or post on school property any material described in subsection 3. The description of the material is A and B. Any picture, photograph, drawing, sculpture, motion picture, video, cassette, or similar visual representation of image or person of the human body which depicts nudity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement, sexual battery, bestiality, or sadomasochistic abuse, and which is harmful to minors. When we talk about harmful to minors, switch horses here. I think I pulled it out for her and I didn't put it back. It is. Predominantly appeals to a prurient, shameful, or morbid interest, is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what's suitable material or conduct for minors, and taken as a whole is without serious literary, artistic, political, and scientific value for minors. I read to you before some of the critiques of this work, and it's questionable how serious literary value this is. There's lots of people who do this for a living who don't consider this brilliant poetry. So that would be one thing. Patently offensive to prevailing standards, and like you, I was raised that you don't say that word. That's just not appropriate, and that's not something we should be doing, nor should we put it in front of our kids. So I think it's against our community standards to be talking like that. minors are different than adults, and for adult material, it's perfectly fine. And for some children whose parents agree with it, I think it's great too. I have a lot less issues with this book than I did the other ones. A lot. There's probably four items, I think, that are really concerning to me. One is the depiction of that, and yes, it's not meant to be extremely graphic, but yet there it is, and we all know what it is, and our statutes say that that's a no-no. Now here you are using the word pussy like an insult. How much pain the pussy can take, how much pleasure it delivers. Really, I just, that doesn't need to be the focus of our kids. In a world that doesn't consider my body to be mine, self-pleasure is an act of self-preservation. When I'm feeling disconnected, I consider it with the center. I connect with the center, touch by touch. I drop back into myself at the orgasm. Masturbation is meditation. I wrap my holy legs. That one really. There is no. I don't think there's another way to really think of this poem. I think everyone knows exactly what that is, and if you don't know what it is, you're going to get kind of a visual anyway. I think when you wrap your legs around someone's head and their tongue is there, what is it going to hit? I mean, that's just, you might be naive, but I think that puts a picture in your head that you know what it is. So it's hard because there was some great stuff in this book, but then you have this garbage. And according to our statutes, it's not okay. So that's the problem. It's unfortunate, like we've mentioned before. I don't take pleasure in the fact that you're going to have to go to the public library to get it. That's not, nobody wants that to be the answer, but it shouldn't be the answer to put it in front of our kids when it's against the law either. So there we are. If you could redact that, that'd be great. If that was out of it, if you could just take the stuff out of it, that's not good, but that's not going to happen. And it's not really fair to the author, I don't think, either in its entirety. So that's where I'm standing.
Thank you, Ms. Beaver. All right, thank you, committee members. I'm going to call on each member for their verbal vote on the book. We are on Homebody, right? Homebody to keep or remove from before public schools. Michael?
Remove.
Paul?
Keep.
Sherry Lynn?
Keep.
Ashley?
Remove.
And Michelle?
Remove.
Remove. All right, so that is 2 keeps and then 3 removes. So this book is 3-2. It will be removed from before our public schools.
Just before we wind up from a very, very, very long day, I just want to thank each of the committee members for their in-depth review, consideration of feedback and comments, and of which the seriousness you took this responsibility. Again, on behalf of the district, watching you all interact was something that I think that we can all be really proud of as an organization. I misspoke. I thought we had multiple books at the end of the month, but there is just one. But I want you guys to let me know, we do have a couple other sessions with multiple books. I grossly underestimated the amount of time it would take. I consider that a compliment to the committee. But think about it, and when we meet in June, you guys can let me know as a group of the 5 of you if that's something you want to reconsider. Part of the challenge is getting the boardroom. And so that's why we have kind of a long span and a couple of books going in. But your time and attention is this tough, it's a weighty subject. So think about it. We'll meet again on June 30th, but it is a single topic on that day. And again, appreciate you all. This meeting is over. Thank you.
Thank you.